I think there's still people showing up, so we'll go wait a little bit, probably more. Oh, yeah. Matt's right there. Yeah, sure. What's that? Yeah. What's that? They're still waking up. What's up, Rich? How you doing, man? Okay. All right, well, welcome everybody. We're going to go ahead and get started because we've got a lot of really awesome things to get to today, and we want to make sure that we give time for everything. So if everybody wants to find a spot, you don't have to sit down. All right, we're just going to start with one worship song. And I try to pick something that maybe everybody would know. I know that's not possible, but would you guys just stand with me? I'm going to pray, and then we'll get started. So, Father, we thank you for your goodness. We thank you for your love. We thank you for this day that you've given us. And we worship you, Father, in spirit and in truth. We thank you that you lead us to all truth. Amen. And we love you today. In Yeshua's name I pray. You, Lord, oh, your mercy never fails me, and all my days I've been held in your hands. From the moment that I wake up until I lay my head, I will sing of the goodness of God. All my life you have been faithful, and all my life you have been so, so good. With every breath that I am able, I will sing of the goodness of God. I love your voice. You have led me through the fire and darkest night. You are close like no other. I've known you as a father. I've known you as a friend. I have lived in the goodness of God. All my life you have been faithful. And all my life you have been so, so good. With every breath that I am able, I will sing of the goodness of God. Your goodness is running after, it's running after me. Your goodness is running after, it's running after me. With my life laid down, I surrender now, I give you everything. Your goodness is running after, it's running after me. Your goodness is running after, it's running after me. Your goodness is running after, it's running after me. With my life laid down, I surrender now, I give you everything. Your goodness is running after, it's running after me. And all my life you have been faithful. And all my life you have been so, so good. With every breath that I am able, I will sing of the goodness of God. Let's sing it one last time. All my life. And all my life you have been faithful. All my life you have been so, so good. With every breath that I am able, I will sing of the goodness of God. I will sing of the goodness of God. Oh, I will sing of the goodness of God.
Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for your goodness, God. Everything in our life, we have you to thank. Everything. Our health, our family, our friends, our work, all of it, Father, we have you to thank. And I thank you that you do not leave us alone. You nag at us. You follow us until we turn. If we just turn to you and return to your way, that you are there for us. We just praise you in Yeshua's name.
Amen.
Everyone said, Amen. Amen. Well, you can sit. I just wanted to welcome everybody. My name is Matt Hoffman. How many people, this is your first time in this building? There's a few. Awesome, awesome. Welcome. How many of you guys are here? You heard about this through Zach Bauer. A couple of people, yeah. Are you guys local? Kind of, yeah. Awesome, awesome. Well, welcome to you guys. Zach is a longtime friend of ours. We kind of all found Torah together way back in the day. So, yeah, but welcome. Through American Homestead or new to Torah? Awesome. Okay. We also have some other friends here today. We have The Way, Rich and Stacy Fowler. You guys have a couple of your people. If you're here from The Way, raise your hand. Welcome. Man, you guys are awesome. You're sitting in the front row. That's special. That's awesome. Thank you. I think did anybody hear about this through the farmers markets? Oh, yeah. Hey, welcome. What's your name? Zach. There you go. Awesome. That'll be easy to remember. Just talking about Zach. Couple quick announcements. There's coffee on the side there. So if you hit that afternoon lull and you're like, man, I need a jolt, there's some awesome coffee back there. Restrooms are right back in the back here. If you need to get a fresh breath of air and step outside for a minute, it's a beautiful day. feel free to just step outside anywhere back there. There's a place for the kids to play if they get rambunctious. That's where I go when I get rambunctious. I go outside to the play area. So just a quick note about Freedom Hill and what we're doing here today. So Freedom Hill, we're a congregation, a Hebraic congregation that was started about 7 years ago. And we've been in St. Peter's, and then we moved out here to Chesterfield about a year ago. But we pursue God. We pursue Him through His ways, which He calls the Torah. So you're like, man, they're using some really funny words today, like Yeshua or Yahweh. That's Jesus and God. So there you go. Now everybody's in the loop. What are these? These are called tzitzit. Some people call them tassels. Some people call them fringe. The woman with the issue of blood called them the wings. She grabbed onto the wings of Yeshua's garment. Anyway, so I'm just pointing out the obvious odd things maybe for you. But Freedom Hill, we keep the biblical feasts. We do Sabbath. So today is our normal Sabbath service. And this is when we have church. So if you're in the area and you want a Saturday feast-keeping, Sabbath-keeping congregation, you can talk to Rich and Stacy Fowler, or you can talk to me, and we'll be happy to kind of loop you in. The other thing that I want to say about what I think you guys, as well as Freedom Hill, is trying to do is to not have a corporate church mindset that a lot of us have been burnt on that model where there's one guy at the top and he makes all the decisions and all of that. So we've been trying to implement the fivefold ministry in our leadership to be different, to have more of a family approach to worshiping God. And I love that about I don't know about you guys and us too. It's just so refreshing. The other thing I wanted to say is, Anthony, can you stand up? And then Jim in the back. These guys, these are two of our elders here on the lead team for Freedom Hill. If you have any questions or comments, or if you want to throw any rotten tomatoes, those are the guys. Don't throw the tomatoes at me. I wore my good shirt today. But no, if you have any questions or if you have any prayer requests or anything like that, the three of us, feel free to just, come and grab us during a break or whatever, and we'll be happy to pray for you. So what about the Freedom Conference series? What does that even mean? I would say that all of us, if you're here, you have felt the pressure of the world. You have felt the pull of Babylon, if you will. And you've felt maybe the pull to come out of Babylon, to go back to God's ways, to go back to the vintage ways, right? The ancient ways, the ancient pathways of God. And we just decided, let's just start having these meetings and start addressing some of the basic elements of life. Like, at the very base, like, this is our temple, right? This is the temple of the Holy Spirit. And so if we want to take care of that, let's learn how to take care of that better. Some people have addictions. Some people, maybe it's the medical world. Maybe it's the financial system. Maybe it's entertainment or education. And there's all of these areas of life that have been kind of tainted by the enemy, by the ways of the world. And so we're going to start doing these conferences more and more, about every 2, maybe 3 months, and we're going to address different topics. So if you like what you hear this weekend, there's going to be more to come. We're going to talk about education, media, and coming out of those things and engaging, I'll say it this way, being in the world but not of it. So we're trying to be in the world but not of it, and we're learning how to do that. The last disclaimer before I introduce our speaker is some of you, I think, came today because you want to learn. And I know for a fact that there are some people who have come that maybe you're in a desperate situation with your health. And what we'd like to do is, before you leave this building today or tomorrow, we want to have an opportunity to pray for you. It can be off to the side, it doesn't have to be in front of everybody, but we want to do that because sometimes you just need God's hand. You just need a healing touch. Can I get an amen? Yeah, all right. So, I think that's it, right? Let me check my notes. I need to go back to printed paper. Like, that'd be like, or maybe like some papyrus scrolls or something, because if the power goes out or whatever. Actually, yeah, I'm going to do some more announcements later, but let's jump in. Okay. Wendy gave me this whole big introduction, and I didn't look at it. I'm so sorry. But I know Wendy as a missionary, a fellow Torah follower, awesome woman of God, and her husband Dave, who was supposed to be here, flight issues. But anyway, awesome people of God, love the Lord, and are actually out there serving people and teaching people how to live life differently and experiencing many blessings and miracles along the way. But Wendy's a longtime friend of ours, and we support her ministry. She's in Liberia. Where else do you go? Kenya. Just those two places. And then St. Louis. She comes to St. Louis from time to time with ministry work, but all over the U.S., yeah. But if there's anything else you want to say, I'll let you do that. But can we give a warm welcome to Wendy Jackson?
I'm good to go, right? You can hear me. Okay, good. Awesome. All right. Well, I don't want to spend a bunch of time talking about myself, but maybe I'll just give a couple highlights so you know, well, who is this woman who's talking to us? So I'll just real briefly tell you, I was basically a stay-at-home mom. I don't have a college education, but I became a learned studier where I just start learning everything, and I did get some certifications along the way. But in general, everything that has happened in my life has all been because of God. It's all been because of Yah. And you'll hear, if you stay till tomorrow, my keynote speech at the very end is called How the Pathway to Becoming a World Changer. And it shows you my story woven through there, but it's not just my life story, it's actually the mechanism. How do you become from just a stay-at-home mom to now you're opening up a training center in Liberia and people are being touched all over the whole world through trainings that are going on everywhere? How does that happen? You know, and so you'll learn that tomorrow. But basically, I opened 3 restaurants from scratch. It was one big thing I did in my 20s. And then I got certified in plant-based nutrition, and I helped people successfully reverse cancer, MS, and diabetes. And so I have those awesome testimonies that you'll hear some of those today. Passion and nutrition has been one of my biggest passions. And then Africa, this organization called Thrive for Good asked me to go to Africa and teach fermentation as a way to preserve food. And today's going to be a lot about fermentation. Okay, but that's what brought me to Africa. And so I started teaching them how to preserve food there and how to make a difference in their lives. And I got hired by that organization. So I was going there every 6 months to teach fermentation. And eventually I got involved in the gardening program. And I just started really getting involved until we had the pandemic happen. And then when that happened, we were all stuck at home. We said, what are we going to do? We said, let's take this training, put it online. So I got hired as content creator, and I helped organize with 9 different instructors. We put together 40 chapters, put the course online, and now we have over 10,000 students in developing countries taking this course. And the course really showed them how to be self-sufficient. How do you grow your own food? How to grow your own natural medicine and actually, use it. Understanding nutrition so you don't die from a malnutrition-related disease. How do you produce income? These are some of the things that we created. So that happened, and then after that was done, then a couple years later, my husband and I had an opportunity to open our own training center in Liberia, which is basically the same type of curriculum, but we've gone a little bit further in some more topics that we felt need to be incorporated. And then for you Torah fans here, our training center also teaches those deeper things on the weekends. So the students come for 30 days, and during that 30 days, they learn all these life skills, and then on the weekend, they can go deeper and learn more spiritual things. So hopefully after the 30 days, they can go back and look for some more lost sheep and really help to evangelize wherever they go back to. But our training center is set up to train 60 villages per year. So it's a big impact, and we're scheduled to open in November, and this event is a fundraiser for that. Okay, so it's a free event, but there are opportunities that you can sow into the ministry. And so this weekend, even like today, I know it's Shabbat, but anything, if you get something, it's a 100% donation. And it's going to get this training center open so we can continue to change lives. So I really feel that my mandate, if I summarize it, I'm really to help equip the body to come back to the garden. If you take the Bible and you summarize it in 5 words, I think it would be restore mankind to the garden. If you think about it, you know, in the gate of the garden, you got to get through the gate. Well, the gate's Yeshua, you know, and then to stay inside that garden, in that intimacy place, you've got to keep his instructions. You know, you need to be obedient. And so I really feel that's really the goal. And so what better tagline or what better goal could I have than to line up with what his goal is? You know, and I believe that, you know, we're getting close to his return. And so I want to align myself with what is he doing right now? How can I help? How can I be your servant? You know, how can I be involved with that? And the next thing on the agenda is the millennial reign, right? So let's get ready for that as well. So let me just go ahead and pray, and then we'll dig into the material. So Abba, Father, I thank you so much that you allowed me to be a servant, that I could be here today to try to help bring your words and to help bring your understanding into the body of Messiah. So I pray that you would take everything that you've imparted in me and bring it out as you please, as you want it to be brought out. It would come out in the order that you want. The things would be called to remembrance that you want to be brought. And I give you permission to totally go off of the outline and do whatever you need to do today to equip the body here. I thank you, Father, that you have not concealed the deeper things of wisdom from the ordinary people, that you don't have to be sophisticated or learned, that Yeshua praised the Father that he revealed these secrets to just common, ordinary folk. So thank you that you have an instruction manual for us, that we can walk in health and wholeness from head to toe. So I pray that people would be set free this weekend from physical ailments and emotional ailments, spiritual ailments, everything, that it would be life-changing for those who are here. We thank you in Yeshua's name. Amen. All right, so today we're going to be covering a lot of fermentation today. We're going to start with our Creator's medicine, which is actually wild wine. So that's going to be kind of interesting. When we never look at wine as medicine, and it's because the stuff in the store isn't. So I'm going to explain the difference between the two. We're going to get into vinegar and how to make it. We're going to get into kombucha, and then we're going to end with vegetable fermentation. So it's definitely a fermentation day today, but I've got some good surprises for you, so you'll actually start understanding some deeper mechanisms of how our bodies work. And so, and I've got some other surprises. I can't wait. So it's going to be a fun day. But let's start with the wine right away and get into that. So, and did you guys see that QR code? Did everybody get to scan that? If you scan that QR code, if you scan that, it'll take you to my website, and on there we have all of the handouts. There's no charge, it's free, but you still have to put it in your shopping cart as if you're buying it, even though there's no charge. You won't have to put in any payment information, but it still asks you to fill out like your billing information for name and address. And then there's a checkbox there if you want to sign up for the newsletters. I'm too busy to send out a ton of newsletters. What I'm trying to do is once a week send out prayer requests and updates. And then everything on the website stays updated, so you can see our current projects, our ongoing projects. You can always view that. So the newsletters might be some really interesting new things that I discovered. Like one thing we're going to learn today is how to make liquid soap, and it's just amazing. And so that would be a newsletter topic that could come out. So every time I find something really interesting, I'll throw it into a newsletter. So you can sign up for that. And then just complete it. And once you check out, you do have to put your email in, because the handouts are going to arrive to you to that email address that you put in, okay? And then you'll get it, and then you'll have all the handouts. So you can follow on your phone. You print them out and bring them tomorrow if you want, and then you've got them. So we're good to go. Everyone's done? Looks like it. Okay, so restoring our Creator's medicine, wild wine. Have you ever noticed that Scripture is full of references to wine? A lot. And I want to be sensitive that, I know some people have struggled with alcoholism, and I want to be sensitive to that. But today I want to just focus, why was wine so important, and why was it talked about so much? So, and here's my disclaimer. No help from AI was used in the collection of this material, but rather I inquired of the Holy Spirit. So why should we make wine? Has anyone here ever made a batch of wine? Yes, awesome. So we got one person, just one? Okay, well that's going to change. Hopefully the numbers will go up higher. Another one, two? Awesome, awesome. It's really not that hard. Okay, so Yeshua, he compared himself to what foods? Right, bread. Bread and bread, why? Why bread? It gives life, yeah, and it's sustenance. So the definition of sustenance is that which your life can safely depend upon. Can we depend upon him for? Yeah. And, that's not a loaf of Wonder Bread, okay? It's something different. But he compared himself to that. He compared himself to wine. Why? His blood was poured out, right? His blood was shed for the remission of sin, right? And it also, he cleanses us. Through that, he cleanses us. And we're going to learn how wine actually has cleansing properties. And then we also know the oil is referred to as Holy Spirit, right? And then we also have a lot of references in Scripture talk about the bread, the wine, the oil, and the flocks. And he was our Passover lamb, right? So that's kind of cool. And then every single Friday, in most homes or on church on Sunday, depending upon how you celebrate, a lot of times we have what? Bread and wine, communion, right? We celebrate the bread and the wine all the time. So these are two very important things that today, these are actually missing in most of our homes, the real authentic wine. So in other words, the stuff in the store is not what they drank. It's not the same as what they drank, right? And the bread that we eat today is not the same as what they ate. Okay? It's not the same. So we need to restore these things, right? And so I want to pass these around real quick to show you. I have a class on restoring ancient grains. It's an online course that I'm getting ready to launch, but I want to pass these around the room. Thankfully, some people have recovered the original grain. They found some at the Jericho digs. They found some in Bethlehem, the Dead Sea, the cave where the Qumran cave, where that was. They found the original grain, and they're regrowing it now. So I'm going to pass this around. This is the original wheat. It's the original wheat. It's called einkorn, and this has not been threshed yet. It's still in its shell, and so it's perfect for planting. You can get that from Azure Standard. And then this is the original barley, Black Nile barley from that region of the world. So I'm going to pass this around, and they really see two different purposes. They're awesome. But so we have, if you look at the feasts of the Lord, we've got barley, wheat, and wine, right? We have the wheat and the barley restored. So it's time we restore the wine. Okay, so then we've got all three restored. So, and we know that Sukkot, the Feast of Tabernacles, that's associated with the wine harvest, right? And I love this Bible verse because, we grew up in, Baptists and a little more conservative type religions where you do not have a glass of alcohol, ever. You don't have it. And it was considered a sin to have one. But yet this scripture verse right here says, and this is the Father speaking, he says, and you shall use the silver for whatever your being desires. This is tithes that you've stored up because you can't get to Jerusalem to give it to the Levites. You could use that for cattle or for sheep, for wine or strong drink, or for whatever your being desires, and you shall eat there before the Lord your God, and you shall rejoice, you and your household. And he was talking about when you come to celebrate Sukkot. So he's actually telling us, go ahead and use that tithe for strong drink if you want, or for wine. Isn't that interesting to think that that's actually coming from God saying that? So how does wine cleanse our body? If he's referring himself to wine, and he cleanses us, so how does wine do it? So if we look at food, food is functional. It can be considered functional medicine, right? And each different type of food serves a different purpose. So, carbohydrates give the body and the cells energy, right? Protein builds muscle tissue, builds us up. Fat feeds, like it feeds the brain, helps you with your neurological system. Vegetables heal the body. You think about carrot juice and cancer recovery, things like that. And fruits cleanse the body. Okay, well, what's a grape? It's a fruit, right? It's part of the cleanse. So what happens to food during fermentation would be the next thing. When you're fermenting your food, there's a lot going on because all those microbes inside there are getting busy and they're breaking down the cell walls within the plants and they're making them more bioavailable. Sauerkraut, for example, has 10 times more vitamin C than raw cabbage does because the process of fermentation is working and accomplishing something. It's creating good probiotic organisms, right? So those probiotic organisms multiply like crazy. If I can bring up sauerkraut again, 1/4 of a teaspoon of raw fermented sauerkraut, 40 million colonizing units of beneficial bacteria. A lot, okay? So the enzymes increase like crazy. So we have our enzymes, because we have our own bank account, we only have so many. We need to be constantly adding more enzymes. The vitamins increase and the minerals become ionized, which means broken down to their smallest, simplest particle that your body can actually absorb them and use them. Okay, so if you're wild fermenting your wine, what's going to happen to the grapes? All of these things, right? So the nutrition, we're going to have probiotic organisms, enzymes are going to increase, vitamins are going to increase, and minerals are going to be more usable. Okay, so it becomes healthier than when the grape was raw. Okay, because it goes through fermentation. So, and this used to be my company, Perfect Pickler, and I've just sold it to Zach Bauer. So those of you that know Zach, so that's kind of the transition here. But this is the tagline that we picked for our company, power up your produce. And we picked that because your produce becomes more nutritious, enriched with enzymes and all of this stuff. So it's much healthier when that produce was raw, so you power it up. And that's why we picked the tagline that we did. So if you think about it, when you're making raw fermented wine, it becomes grapes on steroids. So I thought that was it. I used to think about when I was a child, the story of them going into the land and them coming out with the big, huge grapes. It took me a while to connect the dots. They were excited about wine. It took me a while to put 2 and 2 together. All right, and then it's actually the same as a tincture. Does everybody know what a tincture is? Yeah? Yeah, not really. Not really. So a tincture is a form of natural medicine. When you have a base, a substrate, you might have vinegar or alcohol, sometimes glycerin. You take the base and you put your herbs or your plant material in there and you shake it once a day for 6 weeks. And that base that you're using, whether alcohol or vinegar, will pull all the nutrition out from whatever plant you put in there. And then you can strain it and bottle it, and you have something that keeps for years, and you can use it as medicine. So that's primarily a lot of the medicine that we teach over in Africa, because it's something they can do. And so if you make wine and you ferment it, raw ferment it, you're actually making a tincture. You're taking the medicinal properties of the grape, and you're maximizing and preserving them into that alcohol solution. Does that make sense? Okay. So if that's the case, then what are the health benefits of grapes? Because if we're going to extract those, right, and we're going to preserve them, and we're going to concentrate them, we need to know what are the benefits of grapes. So grapes, just right off the bat, good source of vitamin C. Potassium's super important. That's why raw apple cider vinegar is so popular, because of the potassium from the apples. It has calcium, folate, phosphorus, magnesium, and iron. So those are just the general basic things, but it's also rich in polyphenols. Polyphenols act as an antioxidant. Everybody know what an antioxidant is? Yeah. Okay, so one of the biggest problems we have in our culture is free radical damage. Free radical is when you have a cell, it's got an uneven number of electrons, okay? And so it's constantly going around and trying to pull an electron from something else to take it and rob it so that it can be whole. Okay, so it goes around, and everywhere it bumps to try to pull and take this extra electron from, it's causing damage. So have you ever wondered how come years ago they worked outside in the fields all day long and sun wasn't a problem? But for us, everybody's worried and scared they're going to get skin cancer. You ever wondered that? It was because these free radicals, they get up underneath the skin, and when you get out in the sun, that's what burns off. And if you actually have a low amount of free radicals going around and circulating in your body, you won't burn. And you don't have to worry about it. And I've noticed it made a huge difference in my life when I would go places and not have to worry about sunscreen and stuff. That's really a big difference. And there's so many things. One of the biggest things that causes free radical damage is an unbalance of omega-3 to 6. And eggs, for example, they should be completely balanced. If you raise them the right way, they'll be completely balanced. But a lot of the ones in the store, like the battery cage eggs, you'll have maybe 1 omega-3 to 16 or 18 omega-6. So you get a big imbalance there. And that causes free radical damage. So these, yes? What should the balance? Well, you want to try to have a good even balance. And we're flip-flopped. In our diet, we tend to have far more omega-6. Yeah, 6 and 9 even. But we really want to have a good balance of the 3. So that's why I love eating chia seed, flax seeds every day. They're a really good source of omega-3, and that helps to counteract that in our culture. You don't need a lot. You can get 2 tablespoons to 4 tablespoons a day, and you can grind the flax seeds if you want and drink them in water. Like, I'm traveling right now, so Laura has made for me, she's just throwing a little chia seeds in my drink for me. So I've got apple cider vinegar, a little honey, and chia seed in here. And this not only gives me omega-3, but they're rich in protein and a bunch of other stuff. It's going to keep me energized because I have to teach for a long time today. So this really helps me. But that's an easy way to do it when you're traveling. You don't have equipment with you. Is this okay if I sit this here? It's okay? All right. So polyphenols will actually neutralize those free radicals, okay? So that's a great way. They'll take care of it for us. So if you've wild fermented your wine, you're going to have it rich in polyphenols that will neutralize the free radicals, okay? Reducing the amount of damage. They also promote the growth of good bacteria. So that's great. We want more good gut bacteria. And polyphenols are found in plant foods, specifically the skins of the grapes. So this is important because commercial wine tends to juice the grapes, and you're just getting the juice. Where if you wild ferment it, you can actually, if you want, I mash them with my feet, and I'm going to show you pictures later. But I actually mash them with my feet and let the must, the mixture that you make is actually called the must, and you let that sit with the grape skins and everything for that first 7 to 10 days of fermentation. You're going to get all that benefit from the skin that you would not get if it was just made from the juice, okay? And, oh, my watch is way over. Let me move my clock so I can see it better. Okay, they're also rich in flavonoids, which is just another category of polyphenols. But flavonoids are, they're antiviral, anti-cancer, anti-inflammatory, and anti-allergy. So who thinks we could benefit by, by those things? Huge. It would make a big difference in our culture. So flavonoids inhibit the growth of pathogens, and they increase the growth of good gut bacteria. So bring the bad guys down, bring the good guys up. They're going to be present in the grapes, but more so in our wine, because they're going to multiply through the fermentation. Okay, so flavonoids also reduce endotoxin production. They strengthen bile acids, they maintain gut immunity, and promote nutrient absorption. So they're really going to help with the whole function of the gut, okay, helping us get rid of that whole process. We'll get into that more later. I don't have enough time to go too detailed in that. But flavonoids improve the function of the gut's intestinal barrier, so they inhibit the signaling of inflammation within the gut. Isn't that awesome? I mean, who's got problems with inflammation, right? It's great. They reduce free radical damage, like we said, as well as the polyphenols. They increase good gut hormones, and they preserve the structure of the intestinal barrier. So, yeah. So non-flavonoid polyphenols. This is another one that's also in the grapes, resveratrol and phenolic acid. They also are a protective antibiotic that's used by plants under stress, okay? So this is great because plants use them to, when they're under stress, they use them to produce antibiotics. So now we can get this also as another protective benefit in our wine. So this one, in humans, it protects us against diseases, cancer, degeneration from aging, and much more. So there was a lot in our Father's wine that was actually medicine, okay? Resveratrol is the master of restoration, so it's really helping to restore everything. And it's abundant in berries, grapes, and pistachios. There's higher amounts in grapes that are red, thicker skinned, from cooler regions of the world, and wine that is made incorporating the skin, the seeds, the stems, the leaves, as much as you can put in there, okay? So resveratrol helps with weight loss, woohoo! It helps the gut, it reduces bad bacteria, increases good, we talked about that, controls what the bacteria is producing in the gut, which is great, and it helps the intestinal lining, making sure that it doesn't permeate. So the healthier your gut, the more resveratrol you can absorb. Okay, so the more you start working on your gut health, the more you start getting better and better and better, the more of this awesome polyphenol you're going to be able to absorb. Okay, if that makes sense. And there is a difference. You know, I might not be at the weight that I want to be at, but I do notice a big difference in certain aspects of my health versus other people. One of them is I'm really big on a high fiber diet, and people can come over to my house, and I just think it's normal food, and they're in the bathroom all the time. And so, like, you know, so this is another example of that. You know, the healthier you get, the more you can tolerate. And the same with fiber. The more you start increasing the amount of grams you're having, the more you can tolerate, the more you can have. So grapes are also found to reduce blood clotting, which is really important right now. There's been a lot of issues with blood clotting. It helps prevent Alzheimer's. We've been seeing a rise in that as well, right? And it helps to protect our DNA. And a lot of our food today is genetically modified, which does damage our DNA. And so this is great that it helps to protect. So, and then wild beneficial yeasts. If we're going to raw culture this, we're going to have a broad spectrum of different beneficial yeasts that are being used for the process. Those act as probiotics. They detoxify the mycotoxins that comes from mold. It helps us to increase our absorption of zinc, magnesium, calcium, and iron. And they all play a little different role. You know, if you make wine and you go to a wine store and you get what you're going to get, you'll get one strain of a particular type of wine yeast. And they all have, you know, different ones for different reasons or whatever. But if you do this with the wild culture that I'm going to show you, you have a broad spectrum of different ones, and they all play a little different role. Some of you that were in my gut health before, you might remember that the organisms, they all play a different thing. You know, you may have an engineer, you may have a salesperson, you may have a secretary. They all have a different job in our body, and so it's good to have a broad spectrum. And now, what I'm trying to teach us to do here is for our health. And the wine industry is about preserving the consistency of the flavor. Okay, so we'll talk a little bit more about flavor as we go. So wild wine equals probiotic lactic acid bacteria. Okay, so it's a probiotic beverage. If you wild ferment it, it's a probiotic beverage. Okay? Woohoo! I love that. Commercial wine, no probiotics. It's just not in there. If you buy commercial wine, that's not there. Because the process they have, especially before they bottle it, they'll put more. We're going to go through what they put in, but they put more in there so that the fermentation won't continue once it's bottled. So, but we have a remedy for that. So A plus B plus C equals our Creator's medicine is wild wine from the fruit of the vine. Isn't that awesome? He knew what he was doing. So 99% of the world's wine is made from this grape variety. If you're curious to know which one it is, you can snap a picture real quick. But historically, they made wine from anything, whatever they had. The eastern region of the world used dates and date syrup and raisins and just whatever they had available. But Scripture talks about the fruit of the vine, right? And doesn't say the fruit of the tree, the fruit of the bush. Talks about the fruit of the vine. And so I think there's a specific reason why it was that particular type. So let's look now at historical applications. We'll buzz through this a little quicker. So origins are traced to guess where? Where the Noah's Ark, where the real Noah's Ark has been discovered, that's where they trace the original area of wine to have permeated from. Isn't that cool? It's awesome. So Romans believed that wine was a daily necessity, so they made it available to slaves, peasants, women, and aristocrats alike, giving 1 bottle per citizen per day. Can you imagine having a bottle of wine every day? That's a lot. Yeah, but why do you think they did that? It's healthy, yeah, but there's a bigger reason. Yeah, their water wasn't safe to drink unless they added something with living organisms and a lower pH that could actually make that water safe to drink. So they would take it, they might add seawater even, they might, whatever they could add to it. So they were really only drinking a little bit of wine in a bigger glass of water to make the water safe to drink. And that's why everybody got it, even slaves. So this is a book I just recently got. I'm really enjoying it. It's on farming by this guy, Agriculture. Okay, and I think I have that misspelled. That's not really his name. I must have made an error. Anyway, it was written in 150 BC, a book on farming. Isn't that awesome? I'm really, really enjoying reading this because my whole focus on gardening is how do we do it outside of needing Lowe's and needing the system of man? How do we just do this the way he planned for us to do it? And so I'm really enjoying this. Well, this was what the list he said. What would he look for in farming land? And this is what he said. Well, I'd first look for a place for a vineyard. That was top of his list. I thought that's interesting. I would have thought calorie crops, something to keep yourself alive. But he had a vineyard as number 1. And then he said an irrigated kitchen, a willow wood. So I want to research that a little bit more. I can only think of willow for aspirin. So a natural aspirin, so it must be more use to willow that he wanted a whole wood of willow. An olive field, a meadow would have all the flowers and stuff in it, a grain field, a plantation of trees, an orchard, and an acorn wood. Isn't that awesome? I love to make acorn flowers. Anybody made it? You got to have me back. I love acorn flour. It's awesome. It's free food that man has not tampered with. It's awesome. Yeah. And it just every year it falls, and that tree will give food for generations. It's awesome. So we need to get back to learning how to do these things. So if we look at Luke chapter 10, we see the parable of the Good Samaritan. And what did he do? He went up to him and he put oil and wine on the wounds and bandaged them. So first of all, I think, well, why did this guy, clearly he had it on his person. He's traveling and he's walking, and you see a lot of historical references where they're carrying oil and wine or vinegar on them. I find that interesting. It's such a necessity that it's got to be on them. The wine, I suppose, to help make the water safe to drink, you got to have water. But he had these things on. So let's look why. Why was the oil useful? So the oil was used to cleanse because oil will actually bond with dirt and dirty oils and remove it. And then after it's removed it, it'll act as a barrier for that skin. So that's why the oil was helpful on his wounds. But the wine, modern science has discovered antiseptic chemicals in wine. Okay, so the wine would have been an antiseptic to actually clean and disinfect, which the definition of that is an antimicrobial substance applied topically to the skin to prevent or slow the growth of microorganisms such as bacteria and viruses that cause infection and disease. So what was he doing? He was keeping it from getting infected, right? Cleaning it out, keeping it from getting infected. That's what the wine did. So the oil really cleaned it out first, and then the wine prevented it from getting infected. So historical methods of preserving food, they could make jam, they could dehydrate their fruit, well, today we can freeze it, they didn't do that. But you can preserve fruit through wine and vinegar. So it's another way to preserve your harvest. So, prophetic applications. Can I go here for just a minute? Okay, so Feast of the Lord, we have 3 of them that are centered around the harvest, right? We've got the barley, wheat, and wine. Okay, and there's 7, right? So just real quick, I'm sorry if some of you don't have a biblical worldview, but I'm going to have lots of practical information today, and included within every lesson. Okay, so we've got these 3, and when did Yeshua raise? When was his resurrection? Yeah, which is the barley, right? So he raised at the barley feast, right? Okay, at the end of the millennium, when all people raise, everyone else, at the end, what feast is that? Or what harvest season? The wine, right? And if somebody's raised from the dead, that's a resurrection, that's a harvest of people, right? So when Yeshua was raised during the barley harvest, also all those graves were opened, right? Yeah, so we had a harvest. We had a harvest of soul at the barley. At the end, at the wine harvest, we're going to have a harvest of souls. So now let's talk about the wheat in the middle, right? Well, what is Shavuot, which is the day of Pentecost, right? That's centered at the wheat harvest, and what's that about? About the bride, right? Isn't it about the bride? It's about the bride. And if you look at Ruth and Boaz, for example, Ruth was a Gentile, right? But she became grafted in and became the bride of Boaz, right? She laid at his feet, and she became his bride. So she was a Gentile, and she became his bride. That happened at the wheat harvest. And then if you look at, it started with barley, but by that time it was into the wheat harvest. And then you take a look at, if we asked those passages of Scripture where Yeshua, when we say, what will the end times be like? He likened it unto the days of Noah. Okay, Noah entered the ark and left the ark during the wheat harvest. And actually, if you go to the oldest text, not the Masoretic text, but the older one, that the Greek Septuagint, I believe, go to that one, it says he entered on the same day. He entered on the same day, came out on the same day, and that's supposedly the same day that Yeshua went to heaven, on the same day, which he said at 2 days, the 3rd day he'll return. So when he returned after 2000 is done, I just kind of filing it away. We all have our horse in the race, and I don't know if this is mine or not, but I find it interesting. I just find it interesting. And then and when he said there'll be 2 in the field gathering, one taken, one's left. There's 2 at the mill, one's taken, one left. What is that? That's the time of the wheat harvest. I don't know, I just find it interesting. You never know. But wine in Scripture is referred to as joy, right? Why is it? Well, in this one, it says the goodness of the Lord over the grain, the wine, and the oil, and over the young of the flock. So he's actually calling over the wine, he's calling that's his goodness for us. And then at the end, we shall be satisfied with his goodness, just like you sang today. And then in this one, here it says, shall I leave my wine that cheers God and man? I thought this verse is interesting because here it's saying it actually cheers God. So is he drinking it in heaven? But when Yeshua left, he said, I'm not going to drink of this until I'm with you again. So that means he may have had an option to drink it, but he's choosing not to, right? And then this one, go, eat your bread and joy, and drink your wine with a merry heart, for God has already approved what you do. And then this one, their hearts shall be glad as with wine. We could just go on. And those who gather it shall drink it in the courts of my sanctuary. I love this. He's saying, those who do that, they'll bring it in and they'll drink it with me in my sanctuary. Isn't that awesome? It's really cool. And on this mountain, we have a feast of well-aged wine, of rich food, full of marrow, of aged, well-refined. Think about the miracle of the wine. I think that's so cool when he made the wine at the wedding because he made something that's old. That's so cool. Yeah. It's awesome. I tell you, here it is. I will not drink again till I'm with you in my Father's kingdom. So let's look at the difference between making wine. We've got about 10 minutes left on this class. So modern homemaking, these are the additives. If you want to make it at home, you can choose to get these additives, but I'm going to propose that we make it the way it was done in the Bible times. But people use sulfites. This was to kill bacteria and yeast in the must so that they could add the strain of yeast that they want to add so that you get consistent results is really the purpose behind that. Tannins is something else they might get. And this one can be attributed to headaches. People with histamines can really struggle with this. And a lot of times if people get headaches or histamine intolerance and stuff, or reactions from wine, they think it's the sulfites. But there's other things that are used in the process besides sulfites. Sorbate is another one that's used. This is used as another preservative to kill yeast when it gets to the bottling stage. And allergic reactions to this can be in the mouth, throat, eyes, and headaches. And then they have fining agents. These are used to help make it not cloudy. I've just decided I'm okay if my drink's a little cloudy. Okay, because I want to really get away from all of these man-made additives. Okay, but there's a whole list of fining agents, and these are all used for that. But this one here, this Biolease, look at this. It's a patented product prepared from yeast cell walls with an enriched peptide fraction. It's said to replicate 6 months of aging. So they figured out how they can cut off the aging time. Let's shorten it. And it's a patented product. So that tells me right there, you probably went outside of doing it according to the rules of nature and God, the way God set it up, right? If you got a patent on it. Okay, and then there's yeast nutrients. This means if the yeast itself does not have enough sugar and it seems like it's lagging during that first fermentation process, you can go ahead and buy all these different kinds of nutrients that you can add to it. But you know what? You can also just throw a handful of raisins into your barrel. They just want some sugar. They just want something, okay? There's other things that you can use. So there's additional additives used for commercial wine. So this is not at home now. This is for commercial. They might add ascorbic acid. They might add this preservative. Can anybody pronounce that? I can't. But look at that long one on the bottom. It's widely used in fast food products. I always thought about Wendy's. Wendy's would say, fresh, never frozen. And I thought, oh, that's nice. Never frozen. I wonder what preservatives they put in it, you know? Yeah. So then we have this long word again. It's used as a stabilizer. It's initially poison, but not after you bottle it, then it's okay. And then there's this other one's used to stabilize the color. Glycerin's used to give you just the right mouthfeel for texture. There's additives to control the pH on it. Why? Because the bacteria's not in it anymore. When you have beneficial bacteria and yeast in there, they'll regulate pH for you. But they killed it. So now they got to add an additive to control the pH, okay? And then some of the enzymes are derived from pork. This one to me is not a huge deal because the enzymes usually have no trace of the animal left by the time you actually get it. But, you know, that's not something they could have done 1,000 years ago, right? And then the Food and Drug Administration gives specific guidelines about the use of some of these additives, but wineries aren't legally obligated to list them on the label. So you probably won't see anything other than sulfites on a label if you're getting wine. So just remember that. The stuff in the store is not what you make at home. Okay? So the wild making process, hand harvesting, this is a big difference too. Commercially, the grapes are probably collected by machine, and that's going to include grapes that have mold and other things in them. When you're hand harvesting, you can pick through and select the good ones and compost the ones that are not good. And then we already discussed this. You want the benefit from the skin, which you can do at home. And I talked about that. And so here we are in the process of making it. I just have a bus tub that I used there, but on the left-hand side there, but on the right, that's just a water bath canner. You can go to Walmart and get a water bath canner, you know, and it's just a granite ware. Yeah, which is enamel coated over steel. It's been made in this country since the 1800s. And so I just get that, and actually there's enough room for me to get my feet in that And I just didn't do it this time because I wasn't sure. I was making a large batch, and I wasn't sure once my feet went in there if it would spill over. So I did a bust up. But either way, the first step is to make the must. And so you're just going to get your grapes in there, and I just stomp on them. And I like to teach this class when we can actually do it hands-on, and everybody comes with their supplies, and we're all sitting there stomping on grapes, which actually I'm going to do this year at Sukkot, which is a fun class to do, right? At Sukkot. But just stomp it out and mush it, mush it, mush it. Okay? Then after that, you're going to heat water, and these recipes are in your handouts. But you're going to heat the water and then dissolve the sugar in that warm water and then pour it over your grapes, and now that's called the must. And you're going to just let that cool to a temperature that doesn't hurt your finger if you stick your finger inside. Okay, so does it look easy enough so far? Okay, once it cools, the grapes probably had enough wild yeast on their own, but I think it's better if you can add some yeast. So the next step, this is what I do because it's a resource that I have, and it's 100% natural. I add a little sourdough starter, okay, because I have all the yeast in the sourdough starter. Yeah. And so I add a little bit of that, and I have that noted on the recipe in the handout how much to add. But you add that, and then you just stir it twice a day for 7 to 10 days. Okay, and I just loosely put the lid on top of it. And so each day I come and stir it. So during that 7 to 10 days, if it looks like the action is completely slowed down and it's not really doing anything, then go ahead and just throw in a little bit of raisins or something, or a little, just to keep, because the yeast are probably not getting enough to do what they want to do. And on the handout, there's also a rule of thumb for how much sugar to use versus what you're using for your wine, because you can make wine from anything that has fermentable sugars in it to create alcohol. And pumpkin, I've heard, is really good. I haven't tried it yet, but I included that recipe on the handout. Pumpkin wine, I've heard, is great, and you can use cinnamon sticks and stuff during this phase. And then stir twice a day for 7 days. Then we're going to strain it. So we strained it first, and then we transfer it to a carboy, something that we can get it under an airlock, so we don't have any oxygen anymore. And these carboys, you can get them from Amazon. You can get them online. Just do a Google search. They're not hard to get. Or you can only make 1 gallon at a time and just use cider jugs. If you can still find cider in a glass jar, you could do that. And then you insert the airlock, and you just mark that vessel for 8 weeks later when it's going to be time to rack it. So racking it just means you're going to take a siphon tube material, that we do get that at Lowe's, and then just a tubing, and you put it in the one, and you're just going to siphon it into the next material, but leave the dregs, leave the the sediment and stuff behind, and then rack it over. So really, you're going to rack it about 2 months later, 2-3 months, and then you're going to let it go another 2-3 months, rack it, and then let it go another 2-3 months, and then you're going to bottle it. And that time when you bottle it, do the same thing. Rack it, leave that behind, and then bottle it. Okay. And you can get bottles, you can buy them online, you can buy labels online, or you can just ask your friends to save their bottles. You can have them save the ones that have the screw top, which is the easiest. Otherwise, if you want, you can buy corks, and there's a corking machine that you can get for that. And if you bottle it with a cork, that's why you want to age it laying on its side, because that will saturate the cork and get it to swell up so that it stays sealed. Okay, that's why wine's always stored that way. Okay, so like I told, that's the stuff that's on the handout, and that's the end. And look at that, I have 2 minutes to spare. Does anybody have a quick question? It's probably very different from what you guys did for making wine. Yeah. But this is just a wild fermentation process, and I forgot to say something really important. Really important. In order for it to be preserved, it needs to have a higher alcohol content than what most wines normally have. So the recipes that I've used have a lot of sugar because we want to produce a lot of alcohol, so that we definitely have the alcohol within the proper range, and that's about 14%. So that means it's a little stronger. It's at 14%. So when he says strong drink, it's 14%. So I don't drink it straight. And if I drink it straight, to me, and I don't really like the taste of alcohol. I'm not a beer drinker. I just not really enjoyed the taste. So to me, it tastes strong, more like fingernail polish remover to me in a way, because I'm just not an alcohol fan. But you can detect a little bit of what it came from, what fruit it came from. But I take it and I water it down with water, and then I might add just a little tiny bit of honey, and it's delicious. And then I just love it. And then I'm drinking it more like they did, because they were mixing it with wine to make their water to make their water safe to drink. So I'm just going to say this is a wild process that you might not expect it to be fine polished and tasting just like it is in the store, but the health benefits are there, and I just water it down a little bit. And you can play around and get some very interesting flavored wines with it. Yes?
Two questions. I tried to read your notes. They might be in there. Forgive me if I skimmed over it.
Yeah.
When storing it, do we need to store it in a cool place or warm place, or does that matter?
It's better to do it in a cool place. So the cooler the temperature is, the more, if there's any bacteria and yeast still present when you go to bottle that, still viable, which there will be, and that's why we want to drink it, but they'll pretty much go dormant the colder it is. But the warmer it is, the more they still want to be active.
Okay,
Yeah.
the next question is, when you said just throw in some raisins, how many? Like you said, a
Yeah,
handful?
like maybe, it depends upon if you're making a gallon or if you're, like my recipe there was 5 gallons, but yeah, I would just do a handful and then throw it in and see. You can also chop the raisins a little bit and soak them in water first, like overnight, and then throw that in there. You
Okay.
kind of chop them up a little bit.
Okay.
But yeah, just a handful. Yeah, and I apologize right up front. I'm not like an exact person. I'm rule of thumb with everything. And I just, it'll turn out.
Okay. Nice.
But this is an age-old practice, and they didn't have exact measurements and all this scales, and it still usually where it turns out.
Okay, and the last question is, once they're bottled, once the wine's bottled, is there still yeast that's going to activate and blow the tops off, or is that going to be out by then?
If you can let that process where you're letting it age before you rack it and let it age before you rack it, if you can stretch that out so you're like 6 to 9 months or even a year, then there's really not going to be a lot of strong activity after that. Yeah, but if you wait too long, it'll start to turn to vinegar too, so. Yeah, so I don't, okay, that's why the alcohol is so high, to prevent that. Yeah, that was another reason. Yeah, and there's a resource on the wine handout, a book that I recommend, and that goes into a lot deeper. And he's got a recipe on so many different things. Another wine recipe on the handout is tomato jalapeno wine, and that's incredible for cooking. Yeah, really good for cooking wine. Yeah. Well, you're not going to drink it for at least a year from the time you make it. Yeah, and of course it gets better if you can let it age a little bit longer. But yeah, it's going to take a little while. So. Yeah, the racking, I think it says on the handout, but every 2 to 3 months you rack it, 2 to 3 months you rack it. So it's rack, bottle. So that's when you siphon it off and you leave the sediment behind. And you siphon it into a new vessel. Just a second, let me see what she's got. Oh.
Here.
Oh.
With the sediment left in the bottle after you rack it, what are some of the health benefits that you can use with that?
Well, that's kind of like spent yeast and stuff. I would put it in my compost pile. Yeah, I would probably just do that. Yeah. Yeah, you're going to siphon it off and leave the sediment behind. And also, like the must that has all the parts of the grapes and stuff in it, when you strain that to bottle it in the very beginning, historically they used to take those crushed grapes and they would boil them down and add honey and make a syrup out of that. So they didn't pitch it right away. They still used another purpose for that afterwards.
What would be the amount, like for medicinal purposes? Or can anyone drink it? Is there an age issue? Is there amount? Or do you always
Yeah.
dilute it? Or I guess those are a couple questions.
Yeah, so historically, people of all ages consumed the wine because that was the only way the water was safe to drink. So for children, it would be diluted a much greater percent, and then you have to judge your own body on what strength you can handle it. To me, 14% alcohol is too strong for me to drink straight. So you just have to kind of see, judge, engage with yourself. But yes, children drank it. It was just diluted a lot more. Yeah. Yeah, well, I would say, yeah, once a day, you'd have a little bit, sip on a little before a meal or before bedtime. It's awesome to help you sleep at night. Just have a small glass before you go to bed at night is great. Yeah, that really helps with sleeping. But I don't, the Romans were drinking a bottle a day. And to me, that's way too much. Yeah, so you got to kind of guide it. So is that it? All right. So I got to jump. I guess we're not having a break until 3:45. So let me jump into vinegar. Matt, can you get my vinegar lesson up real quick? Yeah. Yes, I do. Over here on the table. During breaks and stuff, if you want. If you go to my website, the contact information is on the website. But if you want to have an actual card in your pocket, you can take this card. And my email is on there. If you try to call me, text me. Because after owning Perfect Pickler for all those years, I have to stream my calls. Because my phone just goes off and I just check the voicemail every once in a while. So text me if you need to reach me is the best way. And then I'll get back with you. But you can email me as well if you have other questions that we just don't get time to get to because we have a lot of sessions to get through today. So you can email me with questions there. And I'll just give you my opinion and my experience. Not saying I know it all. We're all learning together. Yeah. Okay, was it ready? All right, so let's move into vinegar. I did this 1 second because wine leads to vinegar. So you have to have some kind of alcohol base first, usually, to make the vinegar. Okay, so that's why we're doing vinegar next. So how many uses are there? I looked this up. They actually think there's over 1,000 licks in a lollipop. How could you get 1,000 in? I don't think so. I think they're trying to promote tons of value for their lollipops. So how many uses are there for vinegar? I would say more than a lollipop. There's tons. So if you do a Google search, we have 100 plus best uses. Then we have 101 more uses. And it just goes on and on and on. It just seems like there's no end to what you can do with vinegar. It's really, really awesome. So in China, vinegar was listed by this guy as being one of the 7 necessities for life. So that's pretty important, right? So he had firewood, rice, oil, soybean paste, salt, and tea. What do you think your list of 7 would be? I often think about that. What is my list of yeah. Coffee would be on yours. Yeah, so main areas of use for vinegar is cleaning and bathing. So I have to tell you, I've changed my whole routine with bathing, and I am enjoying it so much. First of all, how many of you have stopped using shampoo?
Oh, trying so hard.
Couple, you're trying? You're on your way? Good. Has it been a while? Yeah, well, okay. All right, so shampoo is one of those things that we don't need. We're a mammal. There's no bear out in the woods that needs you to come and shampoo him, and we don't need it either, okay? And so what an amazing product. Let's make it. They don't need it, but we're going to make them dependent upon it. And that's a lot of this stuff in our culture. We just don't need it. And so I have not shampooed my hair with shampoo in almost 15 years. And I literally only have to rinse my hair now. I don't need to do anything else. And I can go, to be honest, I can go 4 to 8 weeks without even rinsing it. And it doesn't seem to be any issue with it. And so your hair will actually self-regulate the oils that are in your hair. And shampoo strips your oils. So then your body starts overproducing to replace them. And it's this cycle. So the more you shampoo, the more you have to shampoo. And and if you think about it, I've heard that it really affects your thyroid because there's something that's going on up there that when you strip it in your body, it's going to quickly make all these oils again. Then now I'm stripped again. And this cycle is going on, and it's affecting your body. And so I was told it makes a big impact on our thyroid, and thyroid's a big problem for a lot of people today. And so getting off of that is great. It also just makes it so much easier not have to deal with it. So how do I bathe, right? And the other thing is soap. Soap can oftentimes really dry your skin, and it's something that leaves us a little bit dependent upon man. Now, I know that we could take our ashes and we could soak them and get the lye out of the ashes and we could make our soap, right? We can do that. But you have to have a source of fat. And if you're trying to be self-sufficient, fat is something that is very precious. It's not totally rich and abundant for most people trying to be 100% self-sufficient. And so there's a problem with that. And so there's other ways that we can bathe. Over in Africa, they don't have showers, right? None of that. They take bucket showers. What is that? They fill up a little bucket with their solution, and they just use a sponge and a washcloth to just wipe themselves down. Now here we can actually take a bath, but I have started bathing differently and not using soap, because soap it dries the skin. It's actually not good for a female hygienic area to be using soap. And so historically they used vinegar. So the only way you can use vinegar is to put it in a bowl. Well, vinegar is one of the ingredients, okay? You put vinegar in a bowl, and then you can sponge bath from there, or you can put it right into the bathtub. But I'm going to sneak right to this because I want to make sure we get to this. There's something called sulfonins. Do you guys know what sulfonins are? No. It is a natural form of soap that exists in foods, okay? It's called sulfonins. And it will actually, and when we get to the bean lecture tomorrow, we'll show you how it actually helps to clean your blood. It helps to clean all this stuff inside. So it cleans inside and it cleans outside, okay? And my first exposure to sulfonins was soap nuts. And I thought, well, that's interesting. It's a shell from the shampoo tree over in India. And I was actually in India and saw a field of shampoo trees. I was so excited. That's what they use to take care of their hair, but that's their resource. And I thought, I can't grow a shampoo tree. And what can I do? And I've been on this quest, and when I was in Africa in Liberia last time, we were in the woods, and I needed to wash my hands, and he said, just grab a fern. And I thought, what? So we grabbed the fern, and it worked great. So I got home, I made a fern tincture. I tinctured it in vinegar, because vinegar is good for cleaning, and it worked awesome. I was doing the dishes, washing my laundry with this tincture. I was bathing in it. It was awesome, but I thought, well, what am I going to do up here in Missouri? They don't have ferns, and I've been praying about it, and I thought, I need to know what's the resource for them, because I believe no matter where you live in the world, there's plants that will meet the needs you have where you live. It's just a lack of knowledge. Scripture says we perish for a lack of knowledge. And that's what I'm trying to do, is help bring back education, bring back knowledge for these things, right? So one of the richest sources of sulfonin, you ready? I wish we had a drum roll. I'm so excited about this. So the richest sources of sulfonin is beans. And I was in Jamaica for a week in an orphanage there, and they couldn't afford soap. And this is a normal theme for me with people that I know with the different all around Africa. They can't afford soap. And what's everybody buying? Detergents, these things that shouldn't be going back into our groundwater, or back into our soils. And I'm like, Abba, I know you have a resource for all people, no matter where you live, that we can clean ourselves. Why, I'm sorry, but why is he going to create us, put us on this earth, and we don't have a way to clean ourselves? Really? I know there's an answer. So I found this week, and I was just praising him. I'm like, you're so awesome. So if you sprout, which I wish someday I could do my class on sprouts, but I arrived here on Wednesday, and I immediately got my sprouting seeds out. I didn't have a sprouter with me. I just took washcloths and got them wet and put them in the sink in a colander, and I've sprouted all kinds of stuff, which that's another lesson. But the beans, these are peas. Okay, I can take 4 of these peas, these sprouted peas, and I can do the dishes with 4. And I could just put them in a bowl of hot water and swish them around, literally. Like, soap nuts? They say, oh, you can just put 5 in the machine and you can do a load of laundry, right? It doesn't take a lot of natural sulfonans to clean something, but they don't produce a ton of suds. So people think, oh, they're not really cleaning. You don't have to have suds for it to clean. When those dishes come out squeaky clean, it's phenomenal. So I took a bath this morning. I took a bath this morning in sprouted peas and vinegar. Okay? So, but I didn't do it just straight sprouted peas. I did, I think I did 1/4 of a cup because I wasn't sure how much I would get because it was my first time. But I filled the bath water and I put 1/4 of a cup in here. I won't do all, I'm not going to fill the bath water, so I'll just put a little bit in here now. I blended it, added vinegar, and put it in the bath water, and it was the best bath. And I actually did have foams and suds and everything. It was awesome. But I just want to blend this up really fast and pass it around so you guys can see a new form of soap. And then you can put vinegar in the rinse water if you want, but I'm just going to put it all in as one. And we're going to blend this up. And you will never have to buy soap again. Just put this here. Sorry, this is the cheap blender that was in the Airbnb. But it works. Oh, my little white pitcher. Mary Jane? Mary Jane? Can she hear me? Yeah, the little pitcher's in the storage room. Can you grab it? Yes, thank you. Ooh, I think that looks pretty good. All right, so I'm going to pass this around. And remember that it's not super sudsy now, but it was this morning. It was unreal. And this, the suds may not last, but if you pass it around, you can see the soap that's in there. And I had so much fun after my bath this morning, and my mom said, let me brush my teeth with it. So she did, then I did, then I washed my face with it, and it's just amazing. And I can't believe how clean everything comes. And so, he's given us everything we need. Is he not amazing? He's awesome. He's awesome. And when I first read that beans were high in sulfonin, I went in the freezer and grabbed some chickpea flour, and I just put a teaspoon into my sink basin with hot water. It washed the dishes beautifully, and just needs a little bit.
So this just
So,
sprouted peas?
yeah, I just used sprouted peas, but
And then when you started the blender, did you have water in there?
I did have some water in there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but you can just throw them right into your bowl if you don't want to blend them. And so it's just amazing, huh? Yeah, yeah. No, any legume, and actually one of the highest plants, beans are super high in natural sulfonins, but one that's off the chart is licorice root. And so you can, if you get like a pound of dried licorice root, you can just make a licorice root tea and then pour that tea in your laundry. In your laundry machine, and that makes a nice bath too. They don't have to be sprouted. No, they don't have to be sprouted. And then you can grind it. I think if you grind them, you get a little more out of it. This is why I did it. But anyway, this was just something I discovered last week as I was praying. How can I tell you guys about natural sulfonins? Because it's just awesome. I don't buy any cleaning stuff anymore. Yeah?
I'm sorry. My wife texted me. So question. I'm asking a question for her.
Is she watching it at home?
Yeah.
Oh.
Is there anything you could use in like your dishwasher to wash your dishes?
Oh, in the dishwasher. I don't know about that. I mean, there are homemade recipes, but they're all ingredients you have to buy to make them. But if you read that Dr. Axe's book on Eat Dirt, he shows a study where there is actually a difference in people's gut microbiome if they wash the dishes by hand versus using a dishwasher. Isn't that interesting? Yeah. But I mean, this is only dishes. You can bathe in it, you can do the laundry in it, mop the floors, you know, whatever you want. But he wanted the mixture of the vinegar with it is nice, yeah. No, I don't think so, but it's just throw a couple beans in there. I mean, really, it's just amazing. And I mean, I just found it last week too, so I'm just still playing around with it. But my little group that we test everything, we're just having a blast with this stuff. But the other thing, my bath this morning, my skin feels baby soft and no need for moisturizer. And I'm from Florida, so I'm used to high humidity. So if I would have taken a bath with soap, I would have felt like I need to use some moisturizer, you know, and in which case I would use coconut oil, you know, but.
If you got a bag of dried pinto beans from the store, you could just do that. Same thing. Just blend it all and use it for your dishwasher and take a bath and then drink it later too.
Yeah, your hand dishwasher. Yeah, I mean, or throw it in the compost pile. But I mean, think about all those detergents that are going into our groundwater, you know? And this is just crazy. And it cleans us on the inside and it cleans stuff around us. Abba's awesome. He's given us everything we need, you know? But play around with it. Because we just discovered this a couple days ago, so we're still playing with it ourselves. You know, and then for a bath, I can put the whatever beans I want to use for the safanan, or licorice root tea, and then the vinegar, and then if you want it to smell nice, you can put a drop or two of essential oil in there, and it makes for a really nice bath. Oh, yeah, I don't know that I put about safanans in the handouts, but I have a class on beans tomorrow, and it's really supposed to be in the bean class, but I heard there's going to potentially be more people today than tomorrow, and I'm so darn excited. I'm like, I have to show this today. Yeah? Yeah.
Recently, I was looking up how to wash clothes naturally, and I learned that English ivy leaves work, just a few leaves. I haven't tried it yet, but I'm really excited to try that
Yeah.
too. It's really inspiring. Thank you.
Yeah, and like I said, I mean, no matter where you live, there's going to be plants with natural safanans. But beans are such a universal thing. I thought, that's awesome. That I forgot to mention that orphanage that I went to in Jamaica, they couldn't afford soap. So in the morning, they would make a bowl of water and put 1 drop of soap in it. And all day long, everybody had to go and wash in that same bowl of water the whole day. And their yard was full of pigeon pea trees. So they already had what they needed. They just didn't know. It's a lack of knowledge again.
I have a
All right.
question.
So we've got only about 10 minutes on vinegar, so I'm sorry I took some time on that. I just think that's so awesome. Okay, so it was used for preserving food, right, as a food ingredient. A daily health tonic. You can take just a tablespoon of vinegar, and if you want, you can do a tablespoon of honey in like 2 glasses of water and shake it up. And it's like great to rehydrate you if you're outside in the sun or anything like that. And then it's used for herbal medicine because you can use it to make tinctures. So, you know, this is all the stuff touted for vinegar. Let's go through this stuff kind of quick because I don't want to run over. I want to get to the good stuff. So same power, that means that they've done studies on commercial type cleaners and found that vinegar was just as effective in some of these studies. It sanitizes, cuts grease, cleans windows, washcloths, on and on. Removes stains. And then for health and beauty products, you can use it for first aid, like we talked about. You can wash your hair, bathe in it. It does help soften. So like if you put it in the rinse cycle of your laundry machine, it works as a softener to help soften your towels and stuff like that. So, and it does soften your hair if you're using it on that. If you want more information on getting off a shampoo, contact me outside of class, and I'll help you with that because we didn't have time for that. How does it do what? How? I don't know. I can't tell you the biology behind it. I'll just tell you that it does. Yeah. Okay. Extend your manicure. I haven't had one in years. You can use it. Some people use it to rub on as a deodorant. It's used for aftershave or even sunburn remedy. In the kitchen, we can use it to preserve meat, marinate meat. You can use it as a buttermilk substitute. You just add a little bit to a glass of milk. And of course, it's used for salad dressings. So around the house, it can unclog toilets. These are claims from the internet. We do use it as fruit flies for ourselves. We put a little in a bowl and put saran wrap over it and poke a couple holes in, and the fruit flies go in there and can't get out. Helps to remove rust, mold, mildew, and you can use it to remove wallpaper if you still have some. And then outside, it can kill weeds, so be careful around the garden. And it can help to improve if you're dealing with a pH problem in your soil. You can use it to detail your car. And then herbal medicine, again, tonics, tinctures, infused vinegars, like garlic-infused vinegars, amazing to use for salad dressings. It's awesome. You can also use it to make like a tincture with bitters. I have a whole lecture on how important bitters are for you. It's not in our diet anymore. It's really disappeared. And it's really useful for the whole body. And so you can take bitter herbs, make a tincture in the vinegar, and then you can use that as a little bit in a glass of water each day to help bring back that necessity for our health. So this is kind of interesting. This canon of medicine, this book was written in 1025, so we're almost at the 1,000-year mark, right? Well, I taught this class at another fellowship, and they said, "Is that Hebrew?" Look at that. There's Hebrew on the book in the middle. And so that's so cool. And so this book is 1,000 years old, and it's written by a doctor from Persia, and it's all the natural remedies, everything that they were using in their practice at that time in history, right? Do you know it's a 5-volume set? You can still buy it today. It's on Amazon, and it's converted into English. And so I'm going to start collecting that because isn't that amazing? Some of the health things. Like some of the stuff I read was they made toothpaste from vinegar. It's vinegar, salt, and alum. And if you look up alum, it's like a crystal, like a rock that you just crush. You can still get that whole alum on Amazon if you want. I'm not trying to promote Amazon, but that's somewhere I know where they have it. And then also I read in another book that they took crushed Memphis rock. And so I'm trying to figure out if anybody knows what Memphis rock is. I'm asking the Holy Spirit to reveal that to me. What is Memphis rock? Because they said that they believe it was a lime, like a type of limestone. But they would take that and they would crush it and they would mix it with vinegar and it became Novocaine. It would be like Novocaine. It would make it so you couldn't feel anything. Wouldn't that be helpful to know how to have something like that? So that's another thing I'm trying to work on. So sign up for the newsletters because when I find out, I'm going to send out a newsletter and let everybody know. So this other one, and this is a folk doctor. He did folk medicine up in New England in the 70s. And it's just the whole thing is all about how he used vinegar in his practice. And one of the most famous things was he would have cows that weren't producing very good litters. Or I don't know if litters are the right word. I'm not animal husbandry. But he put vinegar in their drinking water, and it was dramatically different. And the amount of babies they had, the health of the babies, all of that made a huge difference. And even this one, I saw a study that was done where vinegar was added to the drinking water of mice, and it increased the good bacteria in their gut. Isn't that awesome? That's great. So, yeah, but surprisingly, it's not a focus of modern day research. But we have works all throughout history, and we have evidence of them using it all the time.
So any form of vinegar, or does it have to be like...
Okay, we're going to get into that in just a minute. I may end up going over a couple minutes, but in the bubonic plague, this is a vinegar tincture that they made that protected them, and that's in your handout. This recipe's in your handout. One of the doctors from back then said that vinegar purifies the stinking in man and makes sure that food's in the right path. But it has antibacterial qualities. So there was a study done in 2005 where they inoculated arugula greens on sliced spring onions with salmonella. And then they sprayed it with vinegar and lemon juice. And they did vinegar first, they did lemon juice. And vinegar by itself and lemon juice by itself significantly decreased the salmonella. But when they were combined, there was no detectable amount of salmonella anymore. And that was immediately. They just sprayed the leaves and then tested it. And so if you think about your salad dressings that you're making with vinegar and lemon juice, there's a good protection there. So then there's other findings, improves blood sugar, insulin sensitivity, responses to a high carb meal, stimulated digestion, regulating pH, helps to suppress your appetite, lowers blood pressure, improves circulation. It has high levels of that polyphenol we talked about, neutralizing free radicals, reduces muscle cramping and fatigue, holds arthritis at bay, and flushes toxins from the body. So a lot of good health benefits from vinegar. This is another great book. This is written by Bragg's. We all buy Bragg's apple cider vinegar, right? Well, he wrote a whole series of health books. And this one, just on vinegar, is amazing. He took 4 people out of an institution that had like Parkinson's and stuff, and they were not functioning anymore. He took them into his home for a year and put them on a regimen, and that regimen's in the book. Put them on this regimen that included apple cider vinegar, and 3 of them at the end of the year went back to their jobs and went back to what they were doing. And so it was just phenomenal, the results that he got. So our health benefits the same with vinegars made from different ingredients. So, so whatever you've used to make the vinegar from, you always get acetic acid, so you always have the benefit of that. But the nutrients that are in the ingredient you use are going to get powered up, right? And so apple cider vinegar is the main one on the market because of the potassium in apples. Okay, so if I make mango vinegar, I may not have as much of the potassium as in the apple cider vinegar, but I might get something else. And I'm all about diversity and not wasting stuff, and I use vinegar so much now that anytime I have scraps, I'm always making another batch of vinegar. Got myself another granite-ware pot to be my vinegar barrel and just keep making it. And my mango vinegar was incredible. It really turned out good. Okay, so how much? I do like 1 tablespoon per serving if I'm going to do it in a glass of water. I don't try to dent a lot, and I always dilute mine. If you take it straight, there has been some reports of some people having an adverse reaction in their throat. So I tend to always dilute mine when I take it. And I would say no more than, I usually think 1 tablespoon 3 times a day is plenty. But you also have it in your food and other stuff. So is there a difference between store-bought vinegar and homemade? Of course. Huge. Huge. Yeah, huge. These right here should not be eaten for human consumption, in my opinion. Okay? Now, the white vinegar, that's made, I'm going to show you in another slide what that's made from. It's right here. This distilled vinegar on the left is made directly from ethanol. Although U.S. regulations require it to be fermented naturally, producers do not have to disclose the source. As you might expect, producers typically use the cheapest source of fermentable sugars available to them: commodity grains, wood cellulose, or even petroleum-based ethanol. Okay, so I don't consider that food. And then if you go to the middle, this is a concentrated, it's 6 times the concentration. The one on the right is higher. I can't see it, but I want to say it's 25 or so. The one on the far right is sold at Lowe's to kill weeds, but it should never be consumed. That's extremely concentrated for our body and for our health. And what does it say on the jug? Vinegar. It's not food. Okay, don't ever consume that. All right, so this is the basic thing with vinegar. You have your fruit scraps and your sugar in the beginning, and so yeast is going to eat that sugar and produce alcohol. And then, if you leave it exposed to oxygen, because in wine, we're going to bottle it at that stage, okay? But if we're making vinegar, we leave it exposed to oxygen, bacteria will take over, and they'll convert the alcohol to acetic acid. And that's how you make vinegar. Okay, that's the basic premises behind it. But industrial methods can produce acetic acid without the help of bacteria. Okay, so a lot of stuff is just not done the traditional way anymore in the store. There's endless variety of vinegar, anything with fermentable sugars. You can go to the forest, take fig leaves, yarrow leaves, wild mugwort, on and on. You can see the stuff there, and use that for cleaning. It's awesome. Matt, it's okay. I have to take another 5 minutes. Yeah. I'm going to start. Okay, pineapple vinegar. This is just a recipe. I don't think this is in the handout if you want to snap a picture of that. For pineapple vinegar, we live in the tropics, so we have a lot of pineapple, and it's great to use the skin to be able to make vinegar out of it. So can vinegar spoil? Who keeps the vinegar in the fridge? Who keeps your vinegar in the fridge? Okay, just one? Okay, great. Yeah, so then you probably already know then that vinegar can't. It has a pH so low that spoilage organisms cannot live in that pH. It's preserved by the pH level. Okay, so you don't have to store it in the fridge. So one less thing to put in your refrigerator. And then, of course, we can use it for tinctures. If you use it for tinctures, that's great because you can give it to kids, versus it being in a strong vodka. And I like making tinctures that I can use for cleaning because I use the vinegar for cleaning anyway. Like rosemary is good for your hair, so you could tincture rosemary and vinegar and then use that when you're rinsing your hair. I put orange peels in the vinegar. It's really nice to clean and mop your floors. So, and the bitter herbs, we talked about that. Is there a difference in tincture? Yeah, so alcohol will actually extract a little bit more of the goodies from whatever you're culturing in your tincture than vinegar will, but vinegar still does an awesome job. Okay, and there's some ways that you can use vinegar that you can't use the alcohol. So it's good to tincture in a variety. So to make vinegar, it's in the handout, but it really is so simple. You put your fruit, whatever you're using to make the vinegar from, and your sugar, and you might want to dissolve the sugar in water again, just like we did with the wine, because if the water's warm, it'll dissolve. And you just pour it over that, and then stir it once a day for a couple weeks, and then you can strain it, and then let it sit. And you don't want to close it. You always want to have like a towel over it, so it's exposed to oxygen. But leave it sit for another 4 or 6 weeks, something like that. And a lot of times it'll grow a SCOBY. It'll grow this white-looking thing on the top that actually lets oxygen penetrate down into the base, but it's protecting the bacteria underneath. Once you get a SCOBY, from then on, when you make vinegar, you just transfer that. It's not really called a SCOBY. It's called the mother of vinegar, MOV. But you would actually move that to your next batch, and now it'll culture. You don't have to stir it every day. Just put it in there, stir it every once in a while, but it'll culture it quickly. And you'll have your next batch will be done twice as fast, and it'll make sure that it's regulated. And so it's actually so easy to make vinegar, super easy. And I always just keep a vinegar barrel going, And date syrup vinegar is supposed to be incredible. I haven't made it yet, but I put it in your recipes because that was widely used over in the Eastern cultures. It's supposed to be delicious. And you can get a really good date syrup from Azure Standard. But anyway, the directions are in the handout. That's basically how I make vinegar. Any questions? And then we need to break. And we can't take a lot of time, but yeah? Do you guys feel comfortable? Could you make vinegar? I didn't, because not really? Yeah. I know it's tough because we put so many topics in here, but please, you're welcome to email me. It's not a problem at all. And you also can go to YouTube and type in how to make vinegar, and someone's got one on there. But it really is that easy. Just the fruit and the sugar water, and stir it every couple days, and then strain it and let it age. Yeah, apples. And you know what's great is this is another simple way too. I'll be right there. You can mix sugar water, and it's the same ratio. It's basically 1 cup of sugar for every gallon of water. Okay, so you base it, that's your rule of thumb, 1 cup of sugar for 1 gallon of water. Make that and put it in a bucket. And then all week long, you guys are eating, take your peelings and your fruit scraps and dump them in that bucket. So you got somewhere to put it, okay? And then just keep stirring it, and you'll keep adding stuff and stir it. And at the end of the week, you basically want, if you have a vessel, you want about 1/2 to 2/3, no more than that, of your scraps. About half. And then you have your sugar water. So if you make your sugar water first, just add your scraps in throughout the next couple days, throughout the week, and don't overload it because you only wanted half the amount of scraps as your liquid. And then let it go another week, strain it out, and then just keep it covered with a towel. And in 4 to 6 weeks, you should start to have a mother growing. And then you can make your next batch faster. Did that help bring more clarity? Okay. Yes, on the recording. Yeah.
I just wondered about buying commercial organic Vinegar by Bragg.
Yes, Bragg's is excellent. This is truly raw, unpasteurized. It's cloudy. Cloudy's good.
Yeah.
You know, cloudy is the presence of the good bacteria. You know, it's unfiltered and it's unpasteurized, and you can buy this everywhere. You can even get a jug at Sam's Club by the gallon. And so, yes, you can just buy this, and you can just use this if you don't want to make vinegar. Yeah. Yeah, I understand.
So kombucha has a SCOBY too, right?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And then it looks the same as the vinegar?
It has a little different collection of organisms in it, and kombucha is our next class. Yeah. Yeah.
Can you tell us what sugar, like an organic cane, or what kind of sugar?
Yeah. So technically, the organisms don't care what kind of sugar that you use. So the fermentation will happen with whatever you pick. But I like to stay away from white sugar. And white sugar is technically, I think, beet sugar. And it's gone through so many bleachings and additives and stuff. I know there's some people that use it because it gets consumed by the organisms, but I'm a little more of a purist and would prefer to not use the white. Yeah, I mean, your vinegar will still turn out, but I like to avoid that. And there's also a documentary, The Cost of Sugar, and all the slave and all the other problems with generating that. But I just use like an unnatural raw sugar cane. Yeah, or you know, just anything that has a little color in it, and the crystals are maybe a little bigger, something a little more natural. You don't have to use an expensive sugar; it's going to get all consumed in this process. But I want to at least avoid something that's tainted or gone through a chemical process. Yeah, but by the way, granulated sugar has been made for a couple thousand years. That's not a brand new thing. But the white stuff we have in the store is not made the same way. Yeah. Okay, who's next?
Anybody else? Nope. Do.
Sorry, I wanted to go back to the soap. When you made the soap, can you make it in a big enough batch to just bottle some, or do you need to make it fresh every time you're going to use it?
If you want to not have to make it fresh all the time, then I would use like a bean flour. You can buy chickpea flour. And, you know, I made my own. I just ran it through my flour grinder. But you can buy chickpea flour, and then you can leave it in a little container next to your sink and then just dump in a teaspoon into your basin each time. Yeah, and just remember, it won't be real sudsy, but look at how clean. And what I was amazed by was it cut grease, and even if it had a little bit of trouble, I could just start a new batch of dishwater. It wasn't that bad. But if I've searched forever for a good natural soap. I tried Castile soap. What can we use? And the dishes, they always had this film on them. It couldn't cut grease. And I was amazed that, in my opinion, this is washing dishes better than my detergent soap. Yeah, I really think this is doing a superior, you know, I'm just amazed by it. Yeah. So yeah, that's for the good question.
Just the quantities of the vinegar, it's so strong. So how do you overcome that smell?
The smell?
Yeah.
When you're using it, what application? Oh, okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's hitting you kind of, yeah. I guess I would try essential oils, putting an essential oil in the mixture that you like, and then you should probably pick up the essential oil smell first. It should be more dominant than the vinegar smell. Yeah.
Pamphlet, do you have a recipe for the amounts that you use?
For the soap?
For soap, for hair, for shampoo, for bathing?
The shampoo regimen is pretty much, you can, like when you're first starting to get yourself off shampoo, you can get 2 like bottles of water or squeeze bottles. I went to the Dollar Tree and just got, you know, something I could reuse. And you put a tablespoon of vinegar in one and a tablespoon of baking soda in the other, and then fill them up with warm water. And then the baking soda you shake and you focus on your roots and then rinse it out. And then the vinegar, you focus on the ends of your hair and around the outside, and then you rinse it out. And if you don't like the smell, you can either infuse it with rosemary, but if you don't want to do that, you could just add essential oils to the vinegar bottle to help mask the smell. But you also can use, I use soap nut tea once I found out about that, but that will burn your eyes. But this is natural saffron, and it should work the same as the soap nut tea, So, like my bath this morning was awesome with the sprouted peas. It was great. But so that would be one amount, if that helps. But if I'm doing, if I'm doing dishes, I usually have 2 buckets, and then my one is whatever natural saffron I want to use in there to wash the dishes, and then the vinegar's in the rinse bucket. And then you could add essential oils to that too if you want. Yeah, and because the rinse will help, the vinegar will sanitize, it works as a sanitizer. Yeah. Okay, and so I didn't tell you the amount. So I would do 1 to 2 tablespoons for that bucket of water, of dishes. Yeah. Okay, are we it? We should need to get to a break, I think. Yeah.
Okay, so just
1 to 2 tablespoons for a rinse bucket of water. Okay.
So just to reiterate, when we go around and there's times for questions, just raise your hand and I'll come around because we all want to hear the question. And there's folks watching online too that they'll want to hear. The other thing is, I forgot to mention that we have snacks. I mean, I was over there by myself eating all the snacks and nobody was there, and I realized I didn't say anything about it. And I was eating the grapes. I was like, man, I could probably make some wine with these grapes instead.
But does anybody need to wash their hands before they have a snack?
There you go. Anyway, well, just...
Isn't that amazing? Look at it. Isn't that cool?
I probably need to. But yeah, let's just feel free to, everybody stand up and we can take a break. Meet somebody. There's coffee back there. There's snacks. Feel free to go outside, whatever you want to do. And we'll come back in about 10 or 15 minutes.
I wonder if they have Dixie cups or something like that. They might.
All right, all right, all right. Everybody find your seat. People always say, find it. I found it. Now what? Well, take a seat. Just take one. You can take it with you. No, don't do that. Is everybody enjoying the presentation so far? The conversation? We've had a couple people ask again about the handouts. I'm going to leave this up, and Jim, I guess if you want to put the handout slide online just so people can snap that. Get out your camera, follow the link, fill out your information, and it emails it to you, correct? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to leave that up for just a second. This is our normal Sabbath church worship time. And so I wanted to just kind of go through a couple things for our regular people. Where is it? Okay, so the Feast of Sukkot, that link is up on the website. So if you go to freedomhillcommunity.com, it's in the menu. It's Sukkot 2023. So the registration's open for that if you want to do that. Next week, we're meeting here for Feast of Trumpets at 2 p.m. We're going to just have a fellowship, throwdown, worship. You guys are welcome if you like. And then there's some other cool things, but I'm going to do that in a second. This here is very important. This is how we kind of communicate everything that's going on at Freedom Hill. So if you're not used to doing the QR code thing, you will be by the end of today. There's another QR code for you. But basically, if you follow that link, that allows you to sign up for our text updates. If anything ever changes, that's how we communicate. You have to get past my head, though. So I'll leave that up for a second. Or you can text Join FHC to 84576. Okay. And then a couple people have asked how to, number one, give to your ministry and the things that you've got going on. There's a couple different ways to do that. We do have an offering set up in the back. If you do want to give something, just write out for Wendy, and we'll make sure that she gets all of that. The other thing is, Wendy sells coffee as a fundraiser, and it's called Mandate 25 Signature Coffee. Do you want to talk about Mandate 25 real quick, just briefly? Caught you off guard?
Oh, I have my mic. That's right. So basically, mandate was from the verse in Matthew that says, you know, when have you seen me hungry and you've given me food? But we go a step farther, and we're not giving, we're actually teaching people to grow their own food. So not giving a fish, but teaching them to fish. And so that's where it basically came from. But my mandate, I believe, is to equip the body everywhere. So whether it's people locally, online, or abroad, but we're trying to help with the area of self-sustainability. Yeah.
So there are ways you can subscribe to the coffee. It's, I think, $8 per bag goes directly to the mission.
Oh, okay.
$8 per bag.
I need to get that added to the website. I haven't done it yet.
Okay. That's
Hopefully
okay.
soon.
That's okay.
To my website. Yeah.
Well, let's just add another QR code. There it is. You can follow that, and it takes you to the coffee. But I was going to ask, for those of you who follow Torah, I'm going to actually go the other way. I would like to know who's been keeping Torah or pursuing Torah the longest.
Oh.
So let's start 10 years. Should I make a big jump? 15? Trying to keep Torah. 15? 16? 17? 16? 16 it is. Would you like a bag of coffee? What? Wait, sorry. You had your hand up too? You got to go big, guys. Like, go, it's like 2006 is 17. How long are you guys? 15. Wait, let's ask Joy. Joy's. How long have you been married, Larry? Wait. Very long. So, where are we at? Who is it? 2005. So, 2005. Do you drink coffee? You do? All right. Well, there you are. And just because we're awesome, we'll do the consolation prize over here.
Oh.
Awesome. Okay. I think that's everything. Are you guys ready to jump back in? I think we're going to have, like, you'll have a special time for Q&A.
At the end, maybe?
Yeah, maybe at the end.
Yeah.
Can I just leave this up? What do you want?
Yeah, you can leave that up.
Boom. That? We'll leave that one.
Yeah, you can leave
That's
that
just
one
fun
up.
to look at.
It's just
All right,
pretty.
let's welcome Wendy back.
Okay. All right, thank you.
That was pretty weak.
Thank you.
Woo! Come on. All right.
And I want to say hello to Hannah, too. Glad you're watching, Hannah. Okay, a lot of people were asked me during the break what kind of beans were the highest in saponins. They were, so I just wanted to tell you, I did a quick Google search. The food plants found to be richest in saponins. It said chickpeas, soybeans, alfalfa sprouts, navy beans, kidney beans, and haricot beans, which I think is just a red bean. And then another one, it says, and this one is just about saponins. Okay? Does that answer that question? All right, next we're going to change up the format a little bit. I keep trying to figure out the best teaching style. I would love to teach like Yeshua did. I don't think he used the PowerPoint presentation. But I think, pictures usually help. But so this is my experiment. I keep trying to do something different. So we're going to play a true or false game for the kombucha lesson. So you need to be able to write down your answers. If you don't have paper or pencil, maybe you can open a message on your phone to text, your spouse, or maybe you can open a note page on your phone or something. But you want to be able to keep track of your answers because we have a prize for the winner. Okay? So we need to know who's the legitimate winner. All right? All of these questions are designed for me to teach you about kombucha. So after each question, I'll probably have a comment or two to say. All righty? Number one. Oh, first of all, does everybody know what kombucha is? Is anyone here who doesn't know? You don't know? You don't know? So kombucha is fermented tea. So you make black tea, and you get a starter culture, and there's a SCOBY that sits on top, and that's a collection of bacteria and yeast that sits on top, and it will ferment for 7 days, and then you bottle it. When you bottle it, you can add fruit and stuff to the bottles, and it'll get fizzy and carbonated, but it's a really good health tonic if you brew it at home. Okay? So that's what it is. So now we're going to learn all the more details about it. All right? So number one, fermentation makes questionable water safe to drink. So write down what you think. Yeah, write down what you think. Is everybody done? Okay. So that was an easy one. We covered it in the wine class, right? So it's true. So that makes now, it may not deal with everything, but in general, the bacteria and stuff is dealt with. Number two, kombucha originates from Russia. True or false? Okay, that answer is false. It migrated to Russia after World War II. But kombucha is very popular in Russia, and there's regions in Russia where they have been consuming this for a long time, and there's 0 cancer rates in this region. But they can't say that those two are connected, but it's interesting. It's interesting. Okay, kombucha is able to relieve stress. That answer is true. If you've already looked at the handouts, that was a freebie because one of the pages had all the ways in which kombucha helps you with stress. And that's on your handout when you get a time to read through it. Next one, recovering alcoholics are able to drink kombucha safely. I need to qualify that for those who don't know that kombucha can have up to 3% alcohol. So the question is, can a recovering alcoholic safely consume this without going back into addiction? And that answer has been found to be true. So that's just the resource I found said that's true. You still might want to be very careful if you're a recovering alcoholic, but the research I found said true. Next one, if desired, raw honey could be used to ferment kombucha in place of the sugar. True or false? And just whatever you think. Could we use honey instead? Okay. Yeah, could you use honey in place? Everybody ready? The answer to that one is false. Yes. So the SCOBY that cultures kombucha specifically needs sugar. If you have a resource for honey and you would rather use honey, there's a cousin to kombucha that's called Chun, and it's spelled J-U-N. And that one prefers green tea, and it prefers honey. So kombucha likes black tea and sugar. Chun likes green tea and honey. Okay, so you got to get the right SCOBY for whichever one you want to make. All right, so the word SCOBY, it stands for symbiotic collection of bacteria and yeast. True or false? That one's actually false. That was kind of tricky, sorry, but it's symbiotic culture of bacteria and yeast. And I think I actually said it wrong a couple minutes ago, so I'm sorry. All right, so kombucha sales in just North America for only 2021 were 162.2 million. True or false? Oh, yeah, this is a question. Okay, so this is true or false. Kombucha sales in just North America for only the year 2021 were $162.2 million. True or false? 162 million, that's a big number. True or false? Okay, that answer is false. It was actually 4 times that. So that's a very big number, right? Really big number. Number 8, true or false? Kombucha is a gateway food causing people to gradually improve their diet. That answer is actually true. It actually causes them to actually start making better choices. Isn't that amazing? Very subtle, very sneaky, but it does. It helps the body to return to balance in all areas, which makes them want to choose better choices. Number 9, true or false? Kombucha can be brewed as a sweet beverage or sour flavored if desired. That answer is true. So there's actually quite a lot of variations that you can make with the flavor of it. So I guarantee you there's a flavor combination that's just right for you. Next one, true or false? Kombucha can cause a healing crisis. A healing crisis is when the body is starting to heal. You might have joint pain and inflammation and a bunch of other stuff. What do you think? Does that happen with kombucha? That answer is true, because kombucha is helping your body to detoxify and start getting everything to come back into balance. So some of the symptoms with a healing crisis could be joint pain, inflammation, muscle soreness, difficulty sleeping, tiredness, headache, instability, stuffy nose, fever or chills, acne, loose stools or constipation, or a flare-up of candida. So if people start drinking kombucha and they get one of these symptoms and they think, that darn kombucha, not having any more of that. But it's part of the healing crisis, which means it's part of the detoxification process. Those symptoms will go away, and you're going to be much healthier without those symptoms if you continue. But if you're finding that you're having those symptoms, you can back off on the amount and just work your way into it slowly. But it's a sign that your body needs a detox. It's a sign that you have some crisis in your health. Huh? Yeah, well, it just happens, it just takes slowly. It depends upon the degree that your body is having issues, but it'll slowly start to help heal. All right, next question, true or false? Kombucha can interfere with medications. That answer is false. Yay, awesome. Okay, the next one. This is a trick question. I don't know if I should put it in here. Do it? Okay. Kombucha should be avoided during pregnancy. So the reason it's tricky is because the materials that I've studied said that the answer should really be true, but it's only because somebody should not have not consumed kombucha, they get pregnant, now they start it, and now they go into the healing crisis symptoms while they're pregnant. So that's why it was advised to wait, or you gradually introduce it slowly and make sure that it's tolerable. But it would be very healthy. It was just an issue of all those healing crisis symptoms happening during that time. Next one. True or false? Death from kombucha consumption has occurred. Has somebody died from drinking kombucha? True or false? That answer is false. But I've got some other interesting statistics. Okay? So no one's ever died from kombucha, right? 100 people per year die from eating peanuts. Okay, just as a contrast, eating peanuts, 100 people die per year, right? So how many people die per year eating FDA-approved food? Right? That number is 3,000. And then, how many people die per year from prescription drugs? Yeah, it's over 100,000 per year. But, we got to be leery of this natural stuff, right? Yeah, that's the USA. Yeah, that's in the USA. So the next question, true or false? Your extra scobies, so in other words, when you have this SCOBY that starts to grow on the top of your fermenting tea, it's going to continue to grow. It's going to fill the entire vessel, and then it's going to get thicker. Okay, it's going to keep, so eventually you're going to need to separate it. Give some to a friend or do something, right? Well, if you separate that, and now you've got an extra SCOBY, true or false? Extra SCOBYs should be stored inside the fridge. That answer is false. Inside the fridge, the organisms that protect the SCOBY and keep it in healthy state go too dormant and they can't protect it. Okay, so SCOBYs, extra SCOBYs can stay on your counter somewhere. It's called a SCOBY hotel. You just get a container, you put the liquid in, you put your SCOBY in and put it in the cupboard. And you can date it if you want, but it's going to stay healthy for actually quite a long time. And then you can share it with somebody. And there's uses for it if it does seem to not keep well, which we'll get into that in a little later on. Okay, next one, number 16. When you make a batch, it's actually 15 to you guys because I skipped one. Sorry, yeah. When you make a batch of kombucha and you add a cup of starter to it, the starter will lower the pH level that destroys any harmful bacteria that might otherwise want to invade that sweet tea solution because you're leaving your sweet tea out for 7 days, right? So once you add the starter, that's going to lower the pH right away so that it's fine, right? True or false? That one, everybody should have kind of got that one. That's true. Yeah, that's true. Okay, the next one. The ugly brown strands that hang underneath the SCOBY, those are made up of yeast. This is trying to get you to learn here. That one's true. Okay, that's what the yeast tends to form, the bacteria tends to be more on the top, and the yeast tend to be underneath as they go down. Okay, so commercial kombucha and home brewed kombucha are identical in nature and composition. It's pretty much a freebie, right? Yeah, that is false because the FDA says you cannot sell a beverage that is higher than 1% alcohol. And we know kombucha is between 2 and 3, right? So you can't sell it because of the FDA requirements. So that means they have to make it a different method or they'll have too much alcohol. So they make it the way they make it, and then they add a laboratory-grown probiotic to it. So it's not the same amount of organisms that you would get if you brewed it at home. And I make mine at home all the time, and when I'm traveling, every once in a while I think, oh, let me just buy one, and because I'm hungry, thirsty for one, I'll grab one, and it's like, oh, it does not taste the same at all. It just does not taste the same to me. And so there's a definite difference. So when we talk about all the health-promoting benefits of kombucha, it's not the same as if you're buying it from the store. Okay? All right. Using starter liquid from the bottom of the vessel lends to off flavors and smells as well as poor SCOBY growth. So you have to use some starter liquid to start the next batch. So you're inoculating it with culture. Okay, if we take it from the bottom of the jar where that stuff's falling down, is this true or false that it's going to lend to off flavors and smells as well as a poor SCOBY growth? True or false? That answer is true. So you can, when you take the SCOBY out to make another batch, you can take your starter liquid from right there rather than pouring it all off and using the leftovers in the bottom. Okay? Next one. The amount of starter liquid required to ferment a batch of kombucha is calculated by 25% of the volume. And I know most of you probably have no idea, but just take a guess, because this is how we're teaching. Okay? That answer is false. It's calculated by 10%. So, and you can eyeball it. You don't have to be exact. If you have a, usually what I do is if I look at my vessel that I'm going to make kombucha in, I want to have about an inch or so of starter liquid on the bottom. It's about 10% of my vessel. And then you can add your tea and your SCOBY. Okay? So that's the rule of thumb in case you want to get gradually and get much bigger. You want about 10% starter liquid in ratio to the tea. The next one, the mother SCOBY. Let me explain what a mother SCOBY is. Each week when you brew your kombucha batch, it'll form a new layer, and that's called the baby. And if you get into these kombucha circles, sometimes they'll say, well, do you keep the baby or the mother when you go to do a new batch? And I tend to just alternate, and it really doesn't make a big difference either way. But it'll form a new one on the bottom. So the question was, the mother SCOBY, that one on top, it can surf or dive, sink or swim or float any which way. It makes no difference at all. True or false? That one was actually true. That was actually true. It does not mean if it starts sinking and diving and doing stuff, it doesn't mean that your kombucha is not working. Now, in the case of vinegar, it forms that mother of vinegar on the top that's much like a SCOBY, right? When that sinks, that means that most of the bacteria have run their course and your vinegar's done. You don't have to wait until that point. You can test it or, check it if you want. But it's a little difference of variations there in the way they behave. Okay, the next one. Kombucha is low in caffeine. It's brewed from black tea. So the question is, kombucha is low in caffeine. True or false? That answer is false. You're right. So 1 cup of black tea has between 40 and 80 milligrams of caffeine. That same tea, after being fermented for a week, has 3 to 12 milligrams. So it went from 40 to 80 down to 3 to 12. So that's a significant decrease. So it's very, very low in caffeine. Next one, essential oils are a great way to add flavor and medicinal benefits to your kombucha brew. Now, I'm not talking about the finished brew that's in your bottle. I'm talking about the vessel that's fermenting for 7 days. Okay? Kombucha or essential oils are a great way to add flavor and medicinal benefits to that brew. True or false? That one's actually false. It will damage your SCOBY. So if you want to use essential oils, put them in your bottles, not in your brewing jug. Okay? The last question, avoid all metal when working with kombucha. True or false? That one's actually false. A good grade of stainless steel will not react. So this, for example, our cups are made of 18-8 surgical steel, stainless steel. They do not interact with fermentation. And so if you have a good quality stainless steel, it should be fine. The other thing is some people stress over, I'm going to pour my kombucha through a strainer. It's only going to come in contact for less than a second as it's pouring through. That's not going to harm it, okay? But I have tried different experiments with bottling my kombucha afterwards, like a canning jar with a lid, and the kombucha never touches that canning jar lid, and it won't carbonate. So that's kind of interesting that it has that kind of sensitivity to those. So the best things for carbonation are actually things you would use for soda, like those flip-top glass bottles. But what I've really found that I like is just saving the kombucha bottles, the ones that they have in the store. And bottling can be a task, and you maybe haven't quite caught on yet, but I have a lot of plates spinning at my house. And so a lot of things going on at once all the time. So I just, at the store, you can get like a quart-sized jar of kombucha. I just bought, those, and then I refill those, and then everybody in the family knows that that's kombucha because it's already got a nice label that hasn't worn off all this time. So that's what I've been using to bottle it. But anyway, Matt, can you see who our winner is? Matt, can you see who our winner is of the game?
Who is the winner? I don't know. How many questions were there?
There was 23.
23. Who among us got all 23 right? Pam? Pamela? No? Anyone? Okay. How about 20? 18? Come on, we got a winner. Miss Amy. All right, well, I will be the gift deliverer today. Congratulations.
Wow. Open it up. Let's see what you got.
Maybe Amy can be your assistant, your kombucha assistant.
Yeah.
Oh, she's
got one.
Right,
you have a bottle already, but you're already making it?
What did you win?
SCOBY.
Woo!
And the starter liquid. It's a starter kit. Are you currently brewing it?
Jessica says we used
Yeah.
to try it and I would fail. So,
Oh.
Well,
But now it comes not just with that, but with a coach. So you're not going to fail again. No.
That's awesome.
No, you're going to get it down and then you're going to instruct others, right? Discipleship is the key, isn't it? Awesome. Well, this next thing is, I love to do this, but I feel like I'm running too short on time. So I might just leave this for people, or I could just whip through them really quick. Why don't I kind of whip through them and then they can look at them later if they want? I'm out of time. I should be on to the next class, Matt. So, but this is, what are all the uses for your leftover, your extra SCOBYs that come up all the time? Right? You have them, you can just pitch them in the compost pile, but what else can you do? Right? I'll just read them quick. Normally I pass the pouch around and let people pick one out and see what they get, but we got to get on to other things. So, facial mask. Sit there with a SCOBY on your face. Do you know there's actual, salons that do that? There's salons that you come in and they put the SCOBY on you and everything. Has really good collection of organisms for your skin. And so it can be used for that. Smoothies, you can take the extra SCOBY and you can put it in your smoothie. It'll blend up. You'll never know it's in there, and you get all that health benefit from the SCOBY. Kombucha vinegar, if you leave your kombucha too long, it'll start to become like vinegar. It'll start building up acetic acid, and it's about half the strength of vinegar, and you can use it a lot like vinegar, except preserving food. It wouldn't be strong enough for that. You want at least 5% acidity for preserving food. But you can use it for cleaning and other stuff like that. This one, SCOBY earrings. I can't believe it. When I was packing to come here, I couldn't find my SCOBY earrings. I have these available to sell as a fundraiser. I have a friend that she takes and dehydrates the SCOBY, and it's like leather, and then she makes them into earrings. But don't get wet. So make sure you're not out in the rain. But you can make them that looks just like leather when you dehydrate it. In fact, online you can buy kombucha clothing. This is actually made out of a SCOBY. People take their SCOBYs and they put the tea and stuff in a bathtub and let the SCOBY get as big as the bathtub, and then they dehydrate it out and it looks like leather, and they make, which I think this is hilarious, because if you get this wet, it's going to rehydrate. So talk about Cinderella, right? There's recipes for making doggy treats out of your SCOBYs. And there's recipes you can search online to make body creams with the SCOBYs. Meat substitutes can be made from your SCOBY. Condiments, salad dressings, stuff like that. Flea and tick repellent, it's supposed to be good for that. Here's a SCOBY jerky. Candied SCOBY. And there's a SCOBY hair rinse, more vegan leather products, fruit leathers are made from it. You can get a sourdough starter going faster if you use some kombucha to get it going. And then there's some recipes for pickling, but I wouldn't recommend it, because you want at least 5% acidity for that. But out of all of these, you know which one I do? And I tend to do it a lot. SCOBYs make great Band-Aids. There's just no way around it. When you have an open wound or you've got something going on in your skin and you put a SCOBY on top of that, your skin heals faster than anything. And and then you have to, of course, wrap it with gauze or a cloth or something. But we've had people that have had wounds that they probably should be cinched shut. But they were able to apply SCOBYs and get that to heal up much faster than it normally would. But it makes an excellent Band-Aid. So anyway, your handouts should have the instructions on how to make and maintain kombucha. There's also my favorite book on kombucha is on the handout if you want to get into it and get a book so you can understand it more. Also, all the health benefits are on the handout. It's just an awesome, awesome drink. I love it, and I'm sorry I don't have more time, but I am available if you have questions as you start trying to brew it. And if you we got a starter kit for Amy. If you order a starter kit like that, it comes with instructions, on how to do it. But it is really just as simple as making black tea, sweetening it, and putting your starter liquid in your SCOBY, and let it sit for 7 days. And then you can even get barrels for continuous brew, which is great and makes it faster. If you're busy and you feel like you don't have a lot of time, that's even faster. Then you just draw off the finished tea and pour fresh tea on the top. You're not having to disassemble the whole thing. So anyway, any questions about kombucha real quick, because I got to go to this one. Does it have to be caffeine?
Decaf, black?
Yeah, if the only way you can maintain a kombucha SCOBY is with black tea, but it's going to start making more SCOBYs, right? So when it makes more SCOBYs, you could take one and then you could brew that in a different kind of tea if you want, but it's just not going to last very long. You may only get 1 to 3 brewings before it's not real viable anymore. And so you can do that. You could also maybe come it back. And that's a way to experiment with different flavors. Or you could get the chun, which is the cousin that likes green tea, and do that one. So if you want to try herbal teas and stuff, I would just separate the SCOBY and use it only for that and maintain your original healthy one. Yeah. Yes?
Okay, you said it was 10% starter liquid plus tea plus SCOBY. How do you make a starter liquid?
So if you don't have any, well, you're going to get your SCOBY from somewhere. So wherever you get your SCOBY, it will come with with starter liquid. Yeah, if for some reason you pitch your starter liquid and you have nothing, you could use a little bit of vinegar, but I don't know. I've heard that people have done that, use a little bit of apple cider vinegar, but we really want to try. It is a different collection than vinegar. So, but yeah, just trying to throw it away. Okay, any others before we move? Okay.
The finished product, can you store that in the refrigerator?
Yes, and so after I bottle it, good question. So after the 7 days are done and I bottle it, I like to put ginger in there, but some people put fruit juice, but if you can put something in the bottles that has some fiber in it, you'll get more carbonation as a result. So you can put like actual pieces of fruit in there, which is great. You know, eat fruit in its season. We found at our house, each season we tend to have some kind of fruit available. That I don't really buy fruit anymore because I have it coming in now each season. And then you just put that in the bottles, and I love the rotation of that. But you put that in the bottles, and then what I do is I usually have all glass bottles except for one. And one is a flexible bottle, like a bottle of water or something like that. And that allows me to gauge the amount of carbonation going on. So I can watch that plastic bottle, and when it starts to get tight, you know, fat, I know this is fully carbonated, and then I go ahead and move the glass bottles, move all of them to the fridge so that they, you know, they don't explode or something like that, right? And you put them in the fridge, and then they'll store there for several weeks. Yeah, and be really good. So good question. Okay, anything else? Good? Okay, all right, so this is probably one of the most foundational classes that we've got over the next 2 days, although we have some real good ones tomorrow. But this is vegetable fermentation, which, again, the vegetables are building and healing, right? They're mostly healing. So let's get started. Great. Oh, wait. Sorry, that was from someone that. Okay, so I labeled this lecture Farm the Garden Within because that's really what this is all about. This is really about maintaining an ecosystem inside. And the more I start studying our Father's creation, everything is about an ecosystem. And the more I start looking at it, it's like, man, we should have diversity everywhere. And it should be more like a rainforest. And we see more and more and more of barrenness in the world that we have today and the way that man is currently living. But so we're going to talk about how do you farm the garden inside of you, which is all about your gut. So we're going to go through what the gut is, what it does, what damages it, and how fiber helps. And at the very end, I'm going to show you how to make a batch of pickles. So what is the gut? It's essentially everything from entry to exit. Everything along there. It's not just your small and large intestine. It's really the whole process is considered your gut. Originally, I used to think it was like a planted garden because it would protect, just like a good, healthy garden, it's protecting the soil. Like you're not going to have soil erosion. You have all of your plants preventing opportunistic weed seeds and stuff from really taking root and dominating everything. And I kind of envisioned it that way in the beginning. But now I'm starting to really think of it as a rainforest. It's really kind of changed through time. But our gut can be called our second brain, because the gut will make decisions independent of the brain. And they actually are connected. So if you're upset and you're anxious and you're stressed and you're depressed, you're feeling these emotions, you can affect the biodiversity in your gut. Okay, you can affect that. And the same is true if your gut imbalance is off, you can affect your mood. You can experience depression and anxiety and stuff. So they tend to be connected to each other. So we have 10 times the amount of bacteria cells in our body than we have human cells. So we are more of a host to other organisms living on and within us than we are our own human cells. Okay, so this is a symbiotic relationship that we should be having with our environment around us. And, you know, man was put where? In a garden. You know, and so there's a whole relation going on there. We should have this is what they estimate as of today's research, that we should have 36,000 different species of bacteria living in our gut. Okay, anyone want to guess on the current U.S. population? That's, yeah, that's estimated to be between 300 and 1,000. So we're definitely struggling with issues related to our gut. So if you take all the bacteria that's residing within our gut and put it on a scale, it should weigh around 5 pounds. And we should have about 85% friendly and 15% unfriendly. That's a good, that's the best type optimal ratio that we want. We literally don't want 100% friendly. There's a role for the harmful, but this is the ratio that we're aiming for. So when you get an imbalance, you have a lot more of the harmful bacteria ruling and running the show than the good guys. So, yeah, they have lots of different roles. So there's different types of organisms then. So we talked about there should be 36,000 different species, right? But collectively, it adds up to about 39 trillion in terms of their amount. And they could be bacteria, yeast, parasites, viruses, archaea, and there's a couple other small ones that can play a role, but they're primarily bacteria, okay? But we do have good beneficial yeast, which I love to use the yeast for making ginger ale and stuff. But we are really a host to the circle of life. So when you kiss somebody, you kiss your spouse, you're exchanging 80 million microbes with that person. That's a lot. I just think that's a lot. And I do think it's interesting. Some people they speculate and they say, well, that's why you tend to look like each other when you get older. But I can't see how that's true. You still have the same DNA, you know? But this is what I think is cool. 60% of our stools, when they leave our body, is bacteria cells. 60%. So all of our cells are replicating and replacing all year long, right? So at the end of the year, you have 100% new you than what you had the year before. Where did they go? 60% come out in our stools. That's why when you fast, you still go number 2, because they come out. But that bacteria is still effective for a fecal transplant that can save somebody's life. So it's not like they're dead when they leave us, because they can still take that and implant in somebody and save their life. Isn't that cool? So it was actually intended by Yah to go back into the earth, to go back into the ground, to help regenerate the ground and bring forth new food again. We were actually supposed to be part of a circle. And that's part of the problems with our sanitation system. Or in the early 1900s, it was actually on a table, and it almost won out for urine diverting composting toilets. That meant the urine would go here to be used as fertilizer, and the number 2 would go here to be used as compost. And yeah, but the other system won out. And I can imagine that there must have been money and greed involved, because that's usually what the case is. Yeah, but over in Africa, that's part of our training program, is we teach them how to make urine diverting composting toilets. So, but we should be part of this. What you take out of the soil needs to go back into the soil. So if you have an imbalance in your gut, where you have more of the harmful than you do of the good, most likely it's one of these 3. They tend to be the top 3. Now you could have others like C. diff, which is a nasty one that could kill you, but these are the 3 that they most likely end up being. So for parasites, it's a good idea to do a parasite cleanse once a year. It's a very simple thing to do. I love Pure Planet Organic Parasite Cleanse. That's a supplement. I really think it's good. And you can use that once a year. With these others, we're going to talk about maintaining the gut the same no matter which type of overgrowth you might have. But if you know you have one of these, you could be more targeted in your approach to how you deal with those. So one of the handouts has a questionnaire for you to go through and answer the different questions. And it'll show you if you get, 3 to 5 that you tick off in each section that you might have an overgrowth in that area. So if that's helpful, you can do that. So what does a healthy gut do for us? Well, this is number 1. Most people would think, you know this one, right? Facilitates digestion and helps us to absorb the nutrients from what we ate. That's what it should do. It should break down that food into its smallest, simplest particle, that it can be absorbed into the bloodstream and go around and actually take care of what it needs to do. It should help us reduce inflammation in our body. There's actually gut bacteria that goes around putting fires out when you have inflammation in your body. So those are good guys we want to maintain. It helps protect us against radiation and pollutions, which is great, because what can we do about that? You know, there's not much we can do. I remember a guy years ago, I thought he was so funny. He had trays of wheatgrass all growing around his TV to help interfere with radiation from his TV. But this does. It helps to protect against radiant and pollutions. So it also helps prevent against yeast, fungal, harmful overgrowth. Of course, this is going to be candida that's doing this, right? It helps assist with blood circulation. Isn't that cool? Who would ever think that good probiotic organisms in your gut would be involved in your blood system? So that's awesome. So they're not just nutrients. You eat something, you think, oh, I'm going to get vitamin C, I'm going to get K, whatever. When you eat like fresh sauerkraut and you get probiotic organisms, they have jobs to do in your body. They're not just nutrients. They actually have jobs. Okay, so one of the things is they communicate with the immune system. So a lot of times the immune system can get confused, right? And it starts attacking the wrong thing. Well, when you have the good gut bacteria surviving in your gut and the factories operating like they should, they'll communicate with that immune system and say, no, don't attack that guy. You need to get that one over there. That's the meanie. Get him. You know, and so that's what it gets supposed to act as a function there to help us with that role. So it also helps to communicate with our brain, like we said, and we have 5 times more nerves in the gut than we have in our spinal cord. So there's a lot going on in there. They also act as watchdogs because they can actually produce their own form of antibiotics. Isn't that awesome? And they also have cancer, they prevent cancer-causing chemicals from forming in the first place. So the good bacteria is playing a lot of different roles. They regulate our bodily pH levels, which is super important. Who knows cancer can't survive in an alkaline environment, right? And so that's really important. So sauerkraut, if you were to take a pH test tape and put it in there, it would show it's low in pH. But once you consume it, it has an alkalizing effect, and it helps to bring the body to an alkalized state. Okay, so it actually does that as a function. It doesn't stay as it is. A good example of that is raw milk. You know, pasteurized milk will stay acidic in your body, but raw milk will bring alkalinity. It'll help because they all play a role with pH. They also help to regulate hydrochloric acid production, so stomach acid, okay? They help to regulate that. And look at this. This is one of my first statistics I found early on, and it blew my mind. This is written by Dr. Werner Zabel, and his book is Internal Cancer Therapy and the Nutrition of the Cancer Patient. He says the presence of a cancerous growth is always accompanied by a lack of hydrochloric acid and enzymes. Okay? Now, for a doctor to say is always is very, very strong words, strong language. They usually say, well, it may help with this. It may. So if he says is always, that's really strong. And yet this slide says it does what? It regulates hydrochloric acid. So if it's really going to help you with that, then that's a huge help and fight against cancer, right? So basically, and this is what brought me into this whole study of gut health anyway, was that 80% of the immune system is dependent on the beneficial bacteria in the gut. We're so dependent on it. So look at that picture. If we got rid of that red link, what would happen? You know, and so we're dependent. We're really dependent upon it. And so I need to show you, oh, Matt. We pulled up this.
Yes.
Yes. We made a mistake. It's not a big one, but this is the lecture I gave last time when I was here, and I updated it for this weekend, and we forgot to pull up the updated one. So there's not that many slides, so I'll just do it without a slide. But I came across something so interesting. I'm like, I've got to put that in there. I found the guy that was given a Nobel Peace Prize for identifying the root cause of cancer. Okay? And so I put that in the slide. And basically what it was our cells utilize glucose, you know, for energy and the things they need to do, right? And our cells use oxygen to metabolize the glucose. Okay? So if your if the cells don't have enough oxygen, they don't have that oxygen there, and now they can't metabolize that glucose, what happens? That glucose starts to ferment, and it's broken down by fermentation, and hopefully you've caught by now, maybe not, but anytime you produce fermentation, you produce like acids, like lactic acid, stuff that brings down the pH. And so our cells were not intended to have fermentation going on inside them. And that brings the pH down, producing acidosis, and our body starts to become acidic. And that's the base cause of cancer, okay? And that's one of the things with cancer. People oftentimes, what does the medical community do? They're going to cut out a piece, right? Well, you can't just cut out a piece when the whole problem is your whole body's acidic. And so you're going to have this problem with these cells going on all over the body. The answer is to get the body alkaline, right? And to get oxygen back to the cells. So you start thinking, well, what brings oxygen to the cells? What brings oxygen? One of the best sources, chlorophyll. It's one of the best from green plants. And does the scripture talk? Behold, I've given you every, green plant. A green plants, bring it. And so tomorrow, one of our classes is green leaf nutrition, and I highly recommend if you can come. That's a great, great class to help, and that helps bring oxygen back in. But another thing, maybe exercise? Exercise, deep breathing, help bring oxygen in is another one. But so these are some things to really pay attention to for sure. But my testimony that I have with Nay, that a lot of you have already heard, but this was just awesome. I had created a 10-week course, a diet and lifestyle course. People came into my house, and we would have a lesson, a movie, and we'd all get in the kitchen and make stuff. We did that for 10 weeks. They'd come once a week, and I took 350 people through that class, so 10 people at a time. And they came through, and I had a handful of people. This is where I had the people get healed from cancer and from MS and diabetes through the class that they were taking. Well, her daughter went through my class, and her mom ended up in hospice. She had ovarian cancer, and she looked like she was in pain when she was eating, and she asked the doctor if he could prescribe enzymes. She thought maybe that would help her when she's eating, and the doctor said, well, we don't do that. Can't prescribe that. And so she thought about it, and she thought, well, I remember when Wendy taught us about fermentation, and there's all those enzymes in the fermented foods, and she had a bunch of them in her fridge because she had been practicing it. So she got them out of the fridge, she blended them in the blender, got them into a dropper bottle. She went and sat next to her mother's side in hospice, and she just drip, drip, drip. She just kept dropping into her mother's mouth, and she just kept doing it. And after 2 or 3 days, she noticed she didn't seem to be in pain. So she thought, well, that's kind of interesting. So she kept up with it, and she kept up with it. Well, the end of the week, her mom says, can you have that doctor come and take this catheter out? I can get up and use the bathroom. So she did. And the end of the second week, they came and said to her, you're not qualified to stay here anymore. And so she had to go, yeah, it's like awesome. So she thought, well, maybe we'll look for a nursing home. And by those couple days after she's looking, she said, let me just go back to my own house. She went home. 6 months later, she was declared by the doctors cancer-free. And she was 85. And my favorite part of the story was when she arrived at hospice, they said, do you have a death wish, something you want? She said, well, I'd really like my body to be flown back to the Philippines so it can be buried next to my husband. Like, okay. Well, what ended up happening after this, she went back, flew on a plane, sitting above, not below. Yeah. She's above and not beneath. Yeah. And she went, and she celebrated an 85th birthday party over there. Isn't that awesome? So it was just awesome, and that was, just from the fermented foods edition. So our bodies are programmed to heal. We need to know how to keep the crap out and put the good stuff in. Because I'm telling you, what we're being fed today in the food system is not, it's tainted food. It's not real food. Yeah.
How do you determine whether your body's alkaline or acidic?
Oh, so you can actually get pH test tapes, and you can put one on your tongue, and you can put one in your urine, and you can check it that way. So I know some families that actually keep the test tape right in the bathroom, and they routinely check every time they go in. But, after a while, and I remember I used to go to a dentist, and I'd go in, and every time I went in, they would check for the pH level, just doing that, putting the pH tape on my tongue. And they said, oh, wow, you're alkaline. They said, we never see that. They said it's just very, very rare. So, but greens are a huge part of it, and maintaining that you get enough greens. So tomorrow's class is important. The other thing is we talked about stomach acid. A way that you can test stomach acid is drink 1/4 cup of beet juice, and if you see the color from the beets in your stool or your urine, your stomach acid is too low. And so that's a simple test that you can do for that. And rebuilding and getting your stomach acid back up to where it should be can be done with consuming things like green smoothies. Getting those greens back in can make a difference, in addition to the fermented foods. So there's a lot of these pieces that are really powerful if we start incorporating them into our diets and we start eating the way our culture is eating. And let's go back to what has given to us in Scripture, and tradition for fermented foods. All right, so what causes damage to our gut? And what time, my phone's gone, what time are we at? Okay, so I want to make sure that we have plenty of time for a live demo so you guys can really understand how to make fermented foods. So I'll go through some of this just a little bit faster, okay? So what damages our gut? Medications, number 1. 4 out of 3 of the broad-spectrum antibiotics, they can permanently destroy 9 beneficial species. Permanently. So, and then you got to figure out, so that's why we have 300 to 1,000, and we could have 36,000. We're a very highly medicated society. 269 million antibiotic prescriptions in the U.S. each year. 23 were flat out inappropriate, while 36 were questionable. They do definitely make a change. Things like ibuprofen can affect your gut. Processed foods definitely affect your gut. Your gut microbiome can shift after one meal at a fast food restaurant. Can you believe that? But there's also good news in that. Because it can shift that quickly, it can be restored quickly. So it's a very fluent. If you ever study the multiplication of organisms, it's fast. So you can actually bring healing back quickly as well. So a diet where you have a lack of diversity from plant foods results in too little fiber. That fiber is needed to feed the beneficial bacteria in your gut. So if you're not getting enough fiber, you're starving them off. And if in the process of them starving, they'll get desperate and they'll start eating at the lining of your gut because they're desperate. They don't want to die. And then they eventually die. That species can become extinct. But now you've created tears and leaks in the lining of your gut. Okay, so you want to make sure you have enough fiber. We were put into the garden. I'm not saying that we don't eat meat, but make sure that you get fiber in your diet. And so environmental dietary toxins affect it. Things like stress and antibacterial products and having this whole bacteria phobia. That makes a difference as well. Antibacterial soaps have antibiotics in them. That's how they kill the bacteria in your hands. But they're killing the good and the bad. So now 5 minutes later, you touch something else and your defense is gone. Okay, so you want to I always carry a little bar of soap in my backpack. And I go, because now today, every bathroom's got antibacterial soap. And I've done Google searches, and I encourage you to test these things. But so many of the websites came up that said it can make you, some of the websites said it will make you resistant to antibiotics should you really need them. Because you're getting a dose all the time by using that stuff. So you just get a little bar of soap and keep it on you, is what I do. It's easier than keeping fern leaves in your pocket. All right, and then of course this is Dr. Ack's book, and he's talking all about like the studies of a difference in your bacteria between hand washing your dishes versus the dishwasher, and all these different studies, and we found that our sterile, clean environment is affecting the amount of species that live in our gut. And he actually said the best thing we could ever do for our children would be when they're toddlers, take them to New York and roll them down the subway. Because he was just saying we need to be interacting with all these different organisms for our gut. So modernization, how has that affected us? People didn't live as long as they live today. But some of the reasons why we're living longer also have side effects. And so I would love to have seen if we could have answered that through a more holistic approach. So, but because of his germ theory, we started adding chlorine to our drinking water. That affects the gut. We started developing vaccines. You know, we improved sanitation. We began metal canning, which means you're not fermenting anymore. We invented food preservatives, and we had penicillin. All those things are starting to affect our gut, okay? Then look at this one. In 1928, can you imagine your doctor actually telling you to disinfect by douching with Lysol? That was a real thing. Can you believe that? And the thing is the current, if I am pregnant and I'm going to have a baby, the state of my gut is what goes to the baby. And the father plays a role too. But it gets transferred to the next generation. And so basically we're seeing each generation is having a deeper systemic problem with their gut. That's why we're seeing autism going through the roof. You know, we had, how many, 60 years ago, there was 1 out of, I don't remember how many kids. I used to have the slide in here. But they're saying, like today, it's 1 out of, I think it's 1 out of 18 or 1 out of 20. I have to look it up in my slides. But they're telling us that by 2030, it'll be 1 out of 1. Like every kid born is going to be autistic. And I always feel like, and you're proud of that statistic? You know, let's see, how can we fix this? You know? But yeah, it's just, this is a serious issue. So back then, they were starting to damage their guts for doing things like this. And we developed synthetic herbicide, fungicides, insecticides, all the sides, added fluoride to our water. In 1943, this is great, we bombed the whole earth with DDT because we thought we could kill all the mosquitoes and we wouldn't have the spread of disease anymore. And look at that, they didn't even care where people were standing or nothing, and they bombed the whole earth in 1943. And over at our training centers in Africa, we teach them what tea to drink each day so that they won't get malaria. You know, there's natural solutions for stuff. And we're running out of the ability to prevent that from spreading in our country. So it is important that we start learning these things here as well. It costs a lot of money to control mosquitoes. But if you know the right teas to drink, you don't have to worry about it. See what I'm saying? So then we added antibiotics and hormones to accelerate livestock growth. So this is awesome. We don't have to wait 18 weeks for a chicken. We can do it in 6, right? And it's a nice and fat. We created antibacterial soaps, astringent, industrial cleaning products. I had a coworker one time that told me she was bathing her children. She was putting bleach in the bath water because she was so worried about her children getting in contact with germs. You know, we have to admit it. We've been raised in a germophobic society, but that's not how we lived historically. Food additives skyrocketed to 10,000 plus, and they still haven't been tested on humans. And it's all over in our food supply. Pharmaceutical industry exploded with 1,500 approved drugs, pharmakeia. Plastic was invented. If you haven't seen a plastic ocean, I highly recommend everybody to see that. That's something we should all be watching. It's one of the documentaries we show at our training center. It's not good. And then less physical exercise, time outside. We've got planes, trains, automobiles. We're moving all over the place now. TVs, computers, smartphones, video games, all this stuff. And we don't go to sleep when the sun goes down. You know, historically, we'd go to sleep. We didn't eat after the sun went down, and we went to sleep. Why burn the candles all night long? I mean, they probably did occasionally, but I think as a general rule, it wasn't done. I have friends who are Amish, and they said, when the sun went down, they were in bed. And then in 1994, we invented genetic modified organisms, and that came on the scene. And now today, we're seeing that widespread in our food supply. But plants, they can now be blasted with herbicides while all surrounding life dies. Okay, so all these things. And then the World Health Organization says, well, glyphosate is probably carcinogenic to humans. And that's a quote from them. You know? It's almost like it's hidden in plain sight. It's there, but we don't pay attention. So we need massive amounts of GMO soybeans and corn to keep up with excessive animal consumption. And we spray everything, including ourselves, with chemicals. The women have some of the highest statistics of issues with disease from all the stuff we're putting on. You know, all you need is some sprouted peas. Okay, so we also have a limited food supply that exploits our taste for salt, sugar, and oil. And that's the truth. Where do we get the bitter herbs, right? And we are subject to propaganda with never-ending fad diets. And I'm telling you, think about it, you guys. Do we see the enemy in our educational system? Do we? Do we see the enemy in our media? Do we see the enemy in our entertainment? Okay, do we see the enemy in our medical system? Do we see the enemy in the financial system? I can go on and on and on. So why would you think what we're being inundated for diets is not, the enemy's hand is not in that? Go to Scripture. Okay, stick to Scripture. So how is digestion impacted? We talked about that. So this is where you start getting a leaky tear. It should be tight junction, but now those tears have formed. And so the food that's not completely digested, it's not reduced to its simplest form, it moves through there, including toxins, extra hormones, things that may be still in there, and they get through that opening and they get into the blood system, and now we have problems. So, and that's why we have today, there's over 230 named autoimmune disorders when we didn't even have that. Like, do you guys remember autoimmune disorders when you were growing up? I mean, they're just rampant today. And so that's what's happening. It's just getting to our blood. The body's attacking it. It's this foreign material in our blood. So, and there should be a factory that's down at the base of all of these villi that line our intestinal tract. There should be a factory down there with all these different workers. But if you're dropping species, you stop eating a certain species go extinct. So you start dropping species, now you might lose the engineer, you might lose this, you might lose that. So eventually, what happens if you only have the welders? Can the factory go on? It can't. So it's going to shut down. And this factory produces enzymes at the base of the villi. Those enzymes go up and split your food up into the smallest piece. So if those factories shut down, you don't have those enzymes being generated to help break your food down to the final stage. Okay? So that's why we want to really protect. We want diversity in our gut. So I'm going to go over if I do the live demo. Are we at 5:30 right now? Oh, well, maybe I'm not too bad. Okay, so do we want to watch this? You got a cue? Okay, do you guys want to watch this? It's a 4-minute video that shows you what's going on inside the gut in a visual way. Okay, give you a break from listening for a minute. Oh, where'd my water go?
Trillions of bacteria, viruses, and fungi live on or inside of us, and maintaining a good, balanced relationship with them is to our advantage. Together, they form the gut microbiome, a rich ecosystem that performs a variety of functions in our bodies. The bacteria in our guts can break down food the body can't digest, produce important nutrients, regulate the immune system, and protect against harmful germs. We don't yet have the blueprint for exactly which good bacteria a robust gut needs, but we do know that it's important for a healthy microbiome to have a variety of bacterial species. Many factors affect our microbiomes, including our environment, medications like antibiotics, and even whether we were delivered by C-section or not. Diet, too, is emerging as one of the leading influences on the health of our guts. And while we can't control all these factors, we can manipulate the balance of our microbes by paying attention to what we eat. Dietary fiber from foods like fruits, vegetables, nuts, legumes, and whole grains is the best fuel for gut bacteria. When bacteria digest fiber, they produce short-chain fatty acids that nourish the gut barrier, improve immune function, and can help prevent inflammation, which reduces the risk of cancer. And the more fiber you ingest, the more fiber-digesting bacteria colonize your gut. In a recent study, scientists exchanged the regular high-fiber diets of a group of rural South Africans with the high-fat, meat-heavy diets of a group of African Americans. After just 2 weeks on the high-fat, low-fiber, Western-style diet, the rural African group showed increased inflammation of the colon as well as a decrease of butyrate. That's a short-chain fatty acid thought to lower risk of colon cancer. Meanwhile, the group that switched to a high-fiber, low-fat diet had the opposite result. So what goes wrong with our gut bacteria when we eat low-fiber processed foods? Lower fiber means less fuel for the gut bacteria, essentially starving them until they die off. This results in less diversity and hungry bacteria. In fact, some can even start to feed on the mucus lining. We also know that specific foods can affect gut bacteria. In one recent microbiome study, scientists found that fruits, vegetables, tea, coffee, red wine, and dark chocolate were correlated with increased bacterial diversity. These foods contain polyphenols, which are naturally occurring antioxidant compounds. On the other hand, foods high in dairy fat, like whole milk, and sugar-sweetened sodas were correlated with decreased diversity. How food is prepared also matters. Minimally processed, fresh foods generally have more fiber and provide better fuel. So lightly steamed, sautéed, or raw vegetables are typically more beneficial than fried dishes. There are also ways of preparing food that can actually introduce good bacteria, also known as probiotics, into your gut. Fermented foods are teeming with helpful probiotic bacteria like lactobacillus and bifidobacteria. Originally used as a way of preserving foods before the invention of refrigeration, fermentation remains a traditional practice all over the world. Foods like kimchi, sauerkraut, tempeh, and kombucha provide variety and vitality to our diets. Yogurt is another fermented food that can introduce helpful bacteria into our guts. That doesn't necessarily mean that all yogurt is good for us, though. Brands with too much sugar and not enough bacteria may not actually help. These are just general guidelines. More research is needed before we fully understand exactly how any of these foods interact with our microbiomes. We see positive correlations, but the insides of our guts are difficult places to make direct observations. For instance, we don't currently know whether these foods are directly responsible for the changes in diversity, or if something more complicated is happening. While we're only beginning to explore the vast wilderness inside our guts, we already have a glimpse of how crucial our microbiomes are for digestive health. The great news is, we have the power to fire up the bacteria in our bellies. Fill up on fibers, fresh and fermented foods, and you can trust your gut to keep you going strong.
Did that help? A little bit? Okay. All right, so it really is that simple. Fresh, fermented foods with fiber will really help to restore the lining of the gut. So the danger is when, like, what's popular today is to stop eating all these different elimination diets. Don't eat this, don't eat that. And they'll say, well, I can't digest that, so stop eating it. And actually, there's another way that you could help to rebuild the population. So if you're having trouble digesting, like let's pick on beans. If you can't digest beans, it's probably because the species that break down those beans have gone extinct in your gut. And so you have to reintroduce that species back into your gut. And our God is awesome because those species come with the beans. And so but you have to do it slowly. And I recommend there's ways that you can make recipes where you ferment the beans, and I can help you with that. But I recommend if you ferment it first, the fermentation will break it down and make it easier to digest. And then you start slow. You have a little bit, and then 3 days later, a little bit. And then you work your way up, and you rebuild those colonies back into your gut. But if you just start saying, well, that gives me problems, so I'm not going to eat that. This gives me problems, I'm not going to eat that. And you start getting rid of your diversity, you're also dropping species in your gut, which they all play a role. You know, what if you got rid of some very critical job that someone was doing in there? You'd understand what I'm saying? So it is that easy. Just to start eating more diversity is really the answer. So this is one of my favorite books. And this guy is a gastroenterologist, and he cites thousands of studies. If you go to his website, it's so many studies. The research is out there. Fiber is the key. to healing the gut. It really is. And you can work your way up with fiber. If you have problems, you just slowly work your way up. You know, a chimpanzee eats 200 grams a day, and the average American has very, very little. But I could recommend that book if you want to watch that. I hit the wrong button. If you want to read his book, it's awesome. And it truly works. There's so many testimonies of people. And I've tried so many things over the years, and his method works. Just following his principle works, even if you don't follow the recipes and stuff. So if we have a problem or imbalance in our gut, you're going to notice it by you won't absorb as much nutrition, which, by the way, sometimes our hair can be an indicator. Our hair needs certain minerals to make color. And so if you're not getting those minerals, you can find that your hair starts to turn gray. And then there's people that will step up their diets, and they'll have their full hair color back. So if we look at Ann Wigmore, she's the one that introduced wheatgrass, and I go into pretty in depth in the sprouting class with that, but she had her full hair color when she died, and she died, I think she was 86, and the only reason she died was because her treatment center, that people were in there learning how to change their diet and get healthy, caught on fire. And she was carrying the people from their beds out onto the lawn to safety, and she's 86. And she's going in and out of a burning building, grabbing these people, and she still had all her full hair color. And so, you know, it's just interesting. And for myself, I notice when I'm traveling and I'm not getting what I need, I start turning gray. I'll be 55 soon, and so that's my age. But it happens and then I come home and I start eating well again, and my hair color starts coming back. So I think that's interesting. I think there's something to that. So that can be a kind of a litmus test. And then Crohn's disease, what is this? Oh, these are problems if you have tears and linings in your guts. We have autoimmune disorders, thyroid dysfunction, cancer, allergies, stool problems, inflammation. If a mother is nursing and she has leaky gut, those toxins get into the milk, which then she'll have trouble nursing because the baby knows that, and the baby won't want to receive it, and so she'll have trouble with that. And then what did we say? Since 1950s, MS and Crohn's disease have increased 300%. That's a lot since 1950. So fiber's amazing. It's really the key. It's the healthy plants in your gut that fuels a healthy plant. You know, I didn't say it right, but you got it. Healthy plants that fuel us. So right now this is what they estimate people are eating. I don't know how they figure this out. No one's ever called me for these studies, but this is what they're estimating. So 57% processed foods. That's a lot. And only 11% coming from the category that gives us fiber. So in our country, 97% of us are consuming excess protein and always looking for more, all the time. That's one of the messages that we're getting hit with all the time is this protein, protein, protein. And we'll get into that in the green leaf lecture tomorrow. But less than 3% of Americans get even the minimum. Less than 3%. But nobody talks about fiber. You see how there's a propaganda out there? Nobody talks about it. It's like it's not being reached. People that live in blue zones, they're living into over 100 years old, and they're still out dancing and gardening and exercising. When I got my training in plant-based nutrition, the husband and wife that started that organization, it's Hallelujah Acres, they're in their late 80s, and I think they're in their early 90s by now, actually. Yeah, they're in their early 90s. And guess what? They still exercise an hour every day. They still garden. And they're still living at home doing all this stuff. And they're in their 90s. And so it does make a difference what we give our body. So plant protein increases the growth of anti-inflammatory species while suppressing other destructive ones. So fiber is really the key to restoring our health. These microorganisms will break down and digest fiber for us. And today, and this is actually outdated, they're estimating now that there's 400,000 plants on Earth. And, oh no, it's not outdated. 400,000 plants on Earth, and depending upon which resource you go to, they'll say between 100 and 300,000 of those are edible. So let's say it's the lowest number, it's 100,000. That would be 1 in 4. So that's a lot. So I'm really trying to learn my Father's creation everywhere I go. So the Airbnb I went to this week, first thing I did is go outside. I've got a Plant ID app on my phone. I walk around, what can I eat, what's here. And I found garlic chives with these beautiful flowerscapes on the top. They're awesome. I'm like, oh, I can have one of those per day. I'm not going to get sick while I'm here. You know, and I found lamb's quarters. Oh, I can have green smoothies. You know, it's like, and it's all right there. There's always something, and I'd love to learn new plants in our Father's creation. So I get the Plant ID app. It's on my phone if you want to see what it's like. And then, of course, I look for 2 or 3 witnesses. If it says it's this, I verify with a couple other sources. Okay, so each type of fiber consumed makes a different form of small-chain fatty acids. And this is the formula. So you have prebiotics is fiber. That prebiotics is what feeds your good bacteria. Probiotics are the good bacteria. Postbiotics is their byproduct, right? So almost everything, you know, eats and poops, right? Something comes in and something goes out. You know, you intake, you outtake. And so if you give fiber to the good probiotics, what they give off is they make small-chain fatty acids, and guess what they do? They go around and heal and seal the lining of the gut. Okay? So you see how fiber works? Fiber comes in, it feeds the good guys, they create small-chain fatty acids, which then go around and heal your gut. So fiber heals the gut. Does that make sense? Because that's your takeaway. That's what you need to understand. Okay? And it'll go around, and the small-chain fatty acids, they'll heal, they'll seal, they'll do all kinds of stuff. Put out the inflammation, they'll do all kinds of stuff. But this is the formula. Okay, so healthy bacteria cannot survive without fiber and resistant starch, both of them together. So eating fiber increases your diversity again. 2 weeks on a low-fiber diet, they already see signs of leaky gut. And I took out some of the other slides on like the keto diet and the carnivore diet because I didn't want, every time I bring it up, it's a big conversation. And so I left them out, but there are studies showing leaky gut within 2 weeks on those diets as well, and also the species that promote disease coming up. So, and I'm not saying not to eat meat. All throughout Scripture, we see bread, wine, oil, and flocks, right? So I'm not saying not to eat them, but I'm also saying that we have to make sure we have the fiber. So it's all about ratios and amounts and how you work it out. Okay, so good news, small-chain fatty acids repair. So you're not what you eat, but what your gut eats. Think about keeping them alive. Think about babysitting. You got these living inside you. You need to keep them alive. You know, so if you only eat once a day, they're only eating once a day. You know? So a lot of times people say, oh, I only eat once or twice, it's simple or whatever, but you're not feeding them, and they need to stay alive. So you want a steady dose of food coming in, 2 or 3 meals a day. There's something that's coming in and feeding them. So, yeah, we covered that basically. I want to get to the live demo. This is a good one. If your genes load the gun and your lifestyle pulls the trigger, then small-chain fatty acids disarm the gun and take it out of your hand. Okay, and we only get small-chain fatty acids if we're eating fiber. Okay, the Hunza tribe, they were eating 100 plus grams a day. Chimpanzees are eating 200 plus grams. And the Hunza tribe had 600 plus plants in their diets. How many plants are you eating? How many think you're eating? You know? Americans, they're eating 50 or less, but I bet there's a lot of people under 10 with the number of plants. And so on the handout, I've got a list to challenge you. Can you get up to 50? Can you get up to 50 plants? And then maybe you can go up to 100 and start to work your way back up to learning and eating more plants. So the Cherokee were said to eat 2,000 plants over the course of a year. Okay, and a lot of us, we go into a grocery store and we get served the same thing every time, right? Because that's the only source that we're getting it from. But I guarantee you pass by some things in the produce section and don't buy them, right? So you can increase your diversity right there and just make a change right there. And you can, sprouting's another great way if you can't garden to get more diversity in there. Sprouting mixes that'll have 28 different vegetables in them, and it's a great way to start getting, in 4 days, you've got stuff to eat. Okay, so 100 years ago, we used to consume 200 plants on a regular basis. Now it's 5 for most, is what this person said. That's a quote. So let's just summarize this and get to our live demo. So this is our program here to maintain good, get a healthy biome. We want to live dirty and eat clean, okay? Having a dog is great. They bring stuff in. That's good for your gut. We want to focus on our gardening because it all comes from the soil. Healthy soil, healthy plants, healthy people. Use natural medicine whenever you can and start sharing things that we come up with one another. Avoid processed and sugary foods. Eat beans every day. Tomorrow's lecture is on beans. Beans are super important. 90% of beans feeds your gut bacteria. You only absorb 10% yourself. So beans are really important for the gut. Look at this. Eating beans at least twice a week has been found to decrease colon cancer by 50%. 50%! Eating beans just twice a week. That's crazy. Come to the bean class tomorrow. Beans are amazing. And there's soap, we found out today. But eat fiber-rich foods from as many plants as you possibly can. Wild forage if you're able to. The stuff you find in the forest is going to be more nutrient dense than what's in the grocery store. And eat a wide variety of fermented foods. There's so many. Vegetables can be fermented. You can make condiments and beans. I love tempeh. It's rich in vitamin B12. Dairies ferment. You can ferment that. There's all these beverages and sourdough starter and making wild wine. Okay, so you can start working your way into incorporating more and more fermented foods. One at a time. You don't have to go home and, oh my gosh, I'm so overwhelmed. Pick one thing from this weekend and study it and learn it. Okay? And then maybe you can review it and come back another time, but pick one thing that you're going to master, that you feel that Abba's telling you, this is for me, this is what I need to learn. Take that one thing and learn it. So please don't walk away overwhelmed. I'm putting out a platter this weekend, but you know where you need to work on and pick that one thing. And so for me, it looks like I have a lot of plates. So I've been doing this 30 years. Okay, so a lot of stuff is secondhand now. It's a routine. But it's one thing at a time, and you'll master it as you go. Just find somewhere to start. It's my favorite book for newbies, The Complete Idiot's Guide to Fermented Foods. And I did not call you an idiot, but that's my favorite book. And then Are You Scared just gets into basically, I can tell this during the live demo, but this has been done forever, you guys. There's no way you're going to get sick from this process. It's just, and your ears, eyes, and nose and everything will tell you. In other words, if you don't do this right, fermentation won't happen, and it's going to rot and compost. And you're not going to open a jar that's been rotting and composting for a week or two and say, I want to eat that. You're going to know. Okay? You're clearly going to know. Okay? And as long as you add the salt, it's going to happen. Okay? And make sure that you leave it below, really below 74 for fermentation. If you have your fermented jar, if you store it higher than 74 degrees, you're just encouraging yeast to multiply. And we don't really want that with vegetable fermentation. We want this to be more of an anaerobic bacteria playing the show, okay? So use good quality salt. Don't use iodized salt. Use something that's all natural. Why? A good salt has 70 to 80 different minerals, and those minerals break down. They become ionized, they break down, so we can absorb them and actually make use of the minerals in salt. Okay, so you want to get a good salt. I'm going to show you how to ferment veggies, and then you're going to store it below 74 degrees. It's a couple degrees colder on the floor than where you read the thermostat. And I know people say this isn't sanitary, but the whole system's completely sealed, but your bathroom is usually the coldest room in your house. So if you're having to get it colder, those are some tips. In Florida, that's a big issue for us. And, well, you can even put it in a cooler, like a Sam's bag, one of those tall bags for shopping at Sam's, those thermal bags, and put an ice pack in there and swap it out twice a day. And that works to keep the temperature down. Or if you want to, you can buy a wine refrigerator and set it right at the temperature you want, and you're set. Okay, and then we want to keep this airtight. They couldn't do it traditionally, so they would just scoop the bloom off the top. But we have a way now that we can keep it airtight, and that's why the Perfect Pickler is so nice, because it manages that for you. Okay, not saying it can't be done without it, but this manages it for you and gives you more consistent results. Okay, so that's a whole nother lecture. So I'm going to stop and go over here and show you guys how to ferment food. I need water, please, and something to shake it. Is Mary Jane there? Yeah, we need to shake up water for brine. Yes, some water, please. And I need some salt. I only have enough for the sauerkraut. So she's going to get us that. So there's 2 different kinds of vegetable fermentation. There's brine pickles, where you make a brine and pour it over your vegetables, and there's sauerkraut. And the difference is sauerkraut and slaws, you don't ever add any water. The liquid comes out of the cabbage itself. Okay, so that's the difference between the 2. So with a brine pickle, you're making a brine and putting it over. Here, the brine comes from the food. All right, so really, to preserve vegetables like this, it's no harder than just covering it with salt water. So it really doesn't take any longer than it does to chop this. It's so fast and easy to do. So I need the shaker cup unless we want to use the blender, but we didn't wash it out. Because we have to shake the brine. I think she's getting it, Mary Jane. I think she's getting it. Okay, and I chose cauliflower for a reason today. Cauliflower is a really good substitute for cucumber pickles when you ferment it. And cucumbers in the grocery store aren't very fresh, and they usually don't make good fermented pickles. If you have cucumbers growing in your garden, they're to die for. They're so good, the little pickling ones. But the ones that we get served up in the grocery store don't turn out very good. And so I don't advise people to make them because they get mushy and they just don't turn out good. So I only use cucumbers if I've grown them. So instead, you can take cauliflower, and it's a really good substitute, and you can add pickling spice if you want. Whoops. So I'm throwing in a teaspoon, maybe a teaspoon and a half. It really doesn't matter. It's your own preference. And it's not like canning. You don't have to follow everything exact. You just put in what sounds good to you or what you have or what you need to preserve. And now we're going to just cover that with salt water. So
This had some turmeric in it.
that's okay. Okay. All right. So my measuring cup is over there. But I think we remembered it was about... Okay, the ratio for brine is the same no matter what you're making. It's 1 tablespoon of salt for 2 cups of water. You always make it the same. Now, you might not need 2 cups of brine, so then cut the recipe in half. If you need more, double the recipe. But that's your rule of thumb. 1 tablespoon of salt, 2 cups of water. Okay? I can't fit 2 cups of water in here. This is only 1 cup, so I've got to cut it in half. So I'm going to use a half a tablespoon, which is a teaspoon and a half, right? Right? So a teaspoon and a half. Now, the percentage of salinity is between 5 and 20. So you have a big window of error. So you don't have to stress that it's exactly the right thing. We teach this in Africa, and let me tell you, they don't have measuring spoons and scales and, you know. And then you just mix up your brine, and we're going to cover the vegetables. Look at this, it's still sudsy. I'm still so amazed by that. So this would dissolve easier if we heated the water. If we did do that, make sure that you let it cool and then pour it over your veggies. And we'll have to do another one. And more salt. You know, traditionally people use their hands for pretty much everything. If you're measuring at home, you can measure with your measuring spoons and then dump it in your hand until you get used to what it looks like, that amount. One tablespoon of salt for 2 cups of water. And make sure that you don't use Sometimes you have to be careful. Sometimes well water works, sometimes it doesn't. Distilled water, we don't normally recommend because the minerals are being used in this process. Spring water's great. If you know, you can always try your well water and see how it works in one. But you just don't want fluoride. You don't want chlorine and fluoride in there is your main thing. Or if your water's really hard or something like that. So we put this in here. And the other thing too is when you're putting your veggies in here, don't smash it in until they're super cramped and tight. If you do that, you don't have a lot of room for your brine and you won't have enough salt. Okay, so just loosely put them. Just put them in there and just let them loosely fall in. Okay? And then looks like I'm going to have to do one more. Still got enough if I can get it to come out. So the way you can tell if these are done after fermentation is you can taste them, and if they're salty, it's not done because the salt transforms during the process. So if you taste it and it's salty, just let it keep fermenting longer, and that'll be fine at a cool temperature. So what else was I going to say? Oh, spoilage organisms. So that's a fancy word to say things that make it spoil, right? So if we take our food out into a compost pile, it's going to break down, and what's the organism that's going to do that? Spoilage organisms, right? They're going to break that down, right? Well, if you build a compost pile, you have to get that compost pile wet because they need the moisture, right? So how is this preserved? What is the salt doing? Spoilage organisms, like right now, if I were to eat this piece of cauliflower, there's some spoilage organisms on this, right? Because if I just left this sit for a month or two, what would happen? The spoilage organisms would break it down, like they're designed to do, right? But I could just eat this right now, right? It's not going to hurt me because it's at a level of those amount of spoilage organisms are factored in. You know, that's our Father's system. It's okay. I can eat just this much. But once I take salt water and I cover these veggies, what happens is it literally prevents the spoilage organisms from accessing the water molecule. They can't access it. It's as if it's evaporated, it's gone. Okay? And so the spoilage organism can't access the water, and they'll start to dehydrate themselves. But they cannot multiply. They're stuck. They can't do anything. So if I cover this with salt water, and 2 days from now, I'm wondering, how's it doing? If I want to open it up and taste it, is it safe? Yeah, because there's no more spoilage organisms 2 days later than there are today. Because this salt is going to stop them in their tracks. And they're going to start dehydrating. Okay, they won't multiply and have babies. Okay, and so it's never unsafe, which means if you're wondering, well, how do I know if it's done? How do I know if it's done? It doesn't matter. It's not unsafe at any day, okay? But if you want to know at what point are this, because once the pH gets down to about 4.7 on the pH scale, those spoilage organisms, if they're still there, they will completely die because they cannot live in that pH. So it's the pH that's preserving this ultimately. Okay, but fermentation won't end, so that's why we normally put them in. It doesn't stop, so that's why we normally keep them in the fridge or somewhere very cold, because they'll just start to get mushy textures because fermentation will keep going. But it's not an issue of spoilage; it's that the texture will start getting bad. Okay, all right. So now I should have enough to finish this. So now I'm going to show you our awesome kit. We invented our kit in 1994, so we've been around a long time, and we were the only one in town until I got this idea that we should be listed on Amazon like everyone else. And we went into the top 25% of sellers. We got a nice plaque in the mail. We could hang it on our wall. We're in the top 25%. And then behind the scenes, that sends an algorithm to Amazon. This is a good product. You should copy it. And within 1 year, we had 30 competitors. And we used to sell our kits in Ace Hardware, and we went to one of the conventions. They're believers, by the way. And the president, in his keynote speech, was when he brought up Amazon, he said they create private label companies to copy you. And he said he truly believes they eat their own young. And so I started this business. My whole goal was to fund ministry. That was the whole goal. I wanted to help people along the way, help them get better, but ultimately I wanted the money from it to fund my ministry projects. And so I shouldn't have listed on Amazon. So now we have all these competitors, like 30-some competitors, but in my opinion, they're still not the best, even though I've seen all these others come out, and I'll tell you why. That's because all the other systems have no proof of an airtight seal. They tell you it's an airtight seal, but there's no way to prove it. So, Mary Jane, do you have you're getting it? Maybe yours is showing it by now. So, a lot of times, like our competitors didn't go with this kind of an airlock because they tell people it's hard to clean. Well, first of all, everything that's in here cannot go down into your jar. So even if it's not totally clean, it's never going to come in contact with your food, ever. Okay? So here, look at that. Can you guys see the water level? How it's down here on this side, but it's way up here on this side? Can you see that? That's because pressure is building up and pushing the water level over, and as this keeps fermenting, it'll start to create that carbon dioxide. It'll start to come up, and the bubbles will go through there and will come out. So the building up gases can escape, but airborne yeast cannot get down into our jar. This will never go this direction. It'll always go this way. So if this was not under an airtight seal, it wouldn't be like that. The water would just be equal on both sides because no pressure is building up. So this tells me right now, this is an airtight seal. Not one of our competitors has a way for you to know that it's an airtight seal. And I'm not saying that they're lying, that their kits aren't. I'm not saying that. But even with our kit, you'll have times where you don't get an airtight seal. You might have a seed or a spice or some moisture or something where the gasket didn't quite grip like it should, and you don't have an airtight seal. So this is nice that you can actually see, okay, it's great, everything's going good. But the other kit, I'm sure it has times. There are competitors, they have times when they don't get an airtight seal, but how would you know? Because there's no visible way to tell. So, and the whole reason why we created our kit was to get everybody fermenting food. You know, some people aren't comfortable just getting a jar and taking some river rocks and doing it. You know, we wanted to create something that would put you at ease, and it would come with lots of recipes and directions on how to do it so you can feel comfortable and safe, and you don't have to babysit it. So, like if you go get the river rocks and you build your jar, well, you're going to have to burp that. You're going to have to burp it to release the gas. Every time you burp it, you can let a little bit of oxygen in there. Not that that's harmful, but you won't have this as consistent of results. So this gets you goof-proof, consistent results, no babysitting. So we would say you load it, lock it, leave it. You know, and that's true, and you don't have to worry about it. And in general, this will never, we're also, the other thing is the cup. So a lot of people use weights, right? They'll put a weight in there, a glass weight, or a, you know, like I mentioned, a rock, whatever. But this does more than a weight. This will hold everything down underneath the surface of the brine, which is what a weight does, but this has a place for expanding liquids to go to. We've given them a place that they can seep to. So that means this is enough space for them. That means I can put the water all the way up to the top and get rid of as much oxygen as possible. And this little bit in here will quickly dissipate out. So now we've gotten rid of almost, oh, I'm off, oh. And we don't have to babysit it, where if you had, let's say you just had a weight there, you wouldn't be able to, if you filled it all the way to the top, what would happen? The expanding liquids would start seeping out of the jar, and then you'd start having messes, right? So this should not leak. There's only a rare occasion when this will seep out on you, and that's usually if you have high sugar things like you're fermenting beets, in which case we just tell people, I'm sorry, but beets are a bloody mess. And they just have a lot of sugar, so they can get very aggressive. So if you're fermenting beets, don't fill your jar up the way to the top because they expand a lot. And the same with sauerkraut. I never go more than 3/4 of the way full with sauerkraut because it's going to expand, and you need to allow that room. So if you did your sauerkraut, but now it filled up and it's starting to escape through here or trying to seep over, you filled your jar too full. Just open it up and take some out and reseal it. It's fine. Okay, it's not going to cause a problem at all. But in general, as long as you haven't overfilled it, this won't leak and you don't have to worry about it. And we've had jars that we've had sit like for sauerkraut up to 6 months. And we just leave them under the table and forget about them. And they just get better and better and better. Sauerkraut's awesome. Just keeps getting better the longer you go. So that's a great seal on that one. And then, so now to finish this off, I've got the rest of my water. And this is called an air lock. And it's doing this. It's a barrier. Okay? Yeast can't get down. Oxygen or bubbling gases can get out. It's an exchange. Okay? This little piece on top is used primarily in beer and wine making. We don't really need that for what we're doing with vegetable fermentation. And if you take it off and on and off and on, it's most likely you might crack your airlock. So we just tell people to remove it and throw it away. The reason we don't do it is because it's just adding a lot more labor to it. But you don't need that. So you can take that off. You don't need it. You put your water in. There's a little line here that says to the max line. And so you're going to put water in there. And you can, if you need to, you can tilt this to get it to where it's balanced and it's about where that max line is. Just, you don't want to do it too full because this is going to push up. Okay, and then the lid, these lids are not airtight by themselves. You have to have a gasket. So this is a food grade quality gasket. Okay, and you put that in there. And you're just pressing it into the base of the lid. You just want it to be in there like that. And then this is kind of a little trick. If you take your airlock and you twist it into the lid while the lid's on a counter, when you hit that countertop, you have inserted that airlock to the correct depth. Okay, so that just makes it simple for you. And then when you go to assemble it, now you can hold onto this jar like that, and we're going to pour water in. We're going to pour water in. And you can go all the way up to the top of the jar. It's even nice if it overflows, because you're just getting rid of more oxygen. And then we just put the lid on. And I like to go backwards until it kind of clicks, and then forward, or counterclockwise and then clockwise, but it's not critical. And then put that on there, and then, oh, my soap. That can still be used for soap. I'll eat these. And that can be used for soap. There we go. I'll get those in a little while. When I travel to Africa, my backpack has growing sprouts in these bags in my backpack. I go in the bathroom of the airport, and I'm rinsing them, and I'm twirling the excess water out. People just look at me. Yeah, I know. I'm peculiar. All right, so now you may not see it right away. Like Mary Jane just did this one before we started today, and it barely looked off, but now look at it. So if you don't see it right away, you might want to just wait, or sometimes you can push and then see if it'll remain off balance. Like this one right now, it's remaining off balance, but just look at it, glance at it a little bit that night, and once you've got a good lock, leave it alone till it's done, and you're good. You can load it, lock it, and leave it, and you don't have to forget about it. So that's cauliflower pickles, and I'm assuming we're out of time, but I'm willing to stay and make sauerkraut if it's okay with Matt, or with you guys. So, because I'm assuming we're at 6 o'clock or over. Yeah. So I have the ingredients here if people want to make sauerkraut. I'm going to leave that up to you guys. Or we could, I don't know that we could do it tomorrow because we'll cut into our classes tomorrow. To do it, It's probably going to take 20 minutes, 15, 20 minutes.
So we can do that. I just want to let everybody know that we have food. You guys have seen it. I've seen you looking at it. So we're going to have food after. So if we're good to do another 15 minutes or so, let's just do it, and then we're all going to eat together. Is that okay? Everybody's like, no, we want to eat now. Let's go for it.
Okay, all right. Maybe somebody later can help me pick up my peas. Okay, so for sauerkraut, you want it to be cut up fine. And that was the thing that I remembered in the beginning, was we would tell people you can't use a knife because you want it to be finely chopped. And so the first time I went to Africa, I'm like, man, how are we going to tell them to do this? Because they can't use a knife, and that's all they have. So we found this place that donated vegetable peelers, and we got there, and there was a big discussion, what are we going to do? Because we brought so many vegetable peelers, right? And they came out of the discussion, we've decided, 1 peeler per village. I thought, oh my. But then we got the knives out, and I'm telling you what, they taught me a few things about knives. They use knives unreal from the time the kids are little. I was there last time, and they were cutting up really finely diced greens with a knife, and I said, how are you doing that? They roll the greens up, put it between their hands, and they sit there shaving it with a knife. I mean, they do amazing things with a knife. So you can do it with a knife. I've been proven wrong. So the basic things that I just want you to see real quick on making this is you cut off your outer, you pinch off your outer leaves. If I don't see big patches of dirt, I don't bother to wash these because can you guys see the white film that's here? The white film on the leaves? That's the presence of the good bacteria that's going to do this process. So I don't scrub and wash this super clean. The big patches of dirt, I'll get rid of that. But other than that, if it looks decent enough, I leave it. And, germs can't handle this process. They die. They can't handle this process anyway. Okay, so get these peeled off, just the outer leaves. And these are so tightly woven, they're usually squeaky clean inside anyway. All right, so I'm going to take off just a tiny bit of the, actually, no, I'm not. I'm going to do it this way. I'm going to show you guys this. Okay, I'm going to cut this off, but I'm trying to create a cube. And I'll show you why in a minute. I may have owned 3 restaurants, but I'm no chef with a knife. Definitely not. Okay, and then this, I'm going to cut. It's really based on what size jar you're using, but you can use this as a weight if you cut that section out. Now this is kind of dirty on the bottom, so I will cut that off. So if I'm making sauerkraut in a jar this big, and I only want to fill it 3/4 of the way full, I have a problem because I want to keep my sauerkraut pushed down under the surface of the liquid, and this little cup is only going to take me to here. You see that? And it's not far enough. So that's why I can take this, and I can put this on top of the cabbage, and then the cup, and then I get more leverage to push it down. Okay? So that's why you can use this as a weight. All right, so now, so you take the outer leaves, then you cut your weight, and then from here on out, you're just going to cut it with a knife. And I saw one video where they cut it super fine by using their fingers as the guide, and you're just getting super, super thin against your fingers. That was one way. The way the Africans did it, I don't have the experience they have, but they had it in their hand like this, and they did it towards them, but they were literally just doing like this and just shaving it is how they did it. Okay, myself at home, I don't use a knife, which is why I look so clumsy with this, but I use a mandolin, and there's a mandolin that you can get that's wider, that's designed for sauerkraut. And so it's like the whole width of the cabbage head, kind of like the old box sliders. And we've tried to buy those at antique stores. They're just not in good enough shape to really, but this mandolin that we bought, so that's what I use. I use gloves that you can't get cut, and then I use a mandolin and I shred it that way. You can use a food processor. Sometimes the shred sometimes it'll like chop it and not shred it, depending upon what you have. And sometimes it can make it too watery, but it works. You still get sauerkraut, you still get the benefit. Now, sauerkraut's amazing because 1/4 teaspoon has 40 million colonizing units of probiotics. So that's huge. So anyway, you just want to get a nice fine amount. And I think I might just verbally tell the rest because this is probably going to take us too long to chop this up. So just so it's nice and fine, as fine as you can get it. And then your salt ratio for sauerkraut is 1 teaspoon of salt per pound of cabbage. That's the rule of thumb. 1 teaspoon of salt for every pound of cabbage. So if you're buying your cabbage in the store and you think of it, put it on the scale before you leave the store so you know how much it weighs if you don't have a scale at home. I tend to use the rule of thumb because that's the way I am, and especially in Africa, we don't have scales. So the rule of thumb is a small head of cabbage is about 2.5 pounds, and a super big head of cabbage is about 5 pounds, but they average 3.5. And so I take my head of cabbage and then I just feel it. Is it a super heavy head? Is it a lightweight head? And then I go based on that. That's what I do, but you can weigh it if you want to be exact. But 1 teaspoon of salt per pound is the rule of thumb there. So anyway, I would just shred all of this up and then stick it in some kind of a bowl, add my salt to it, and then start squeezing and massaging it. And just squeezing and massaging. And men make the best sauerkraut. They can squeeze that out much, much faster. But traditionally, they would put a plate and maybe a jug of water or something to weigh it down and let time do the work. So if you don't have strength in your hands, don't feel like you can't make sauerkraut. Just put a plate on it and a big heavy jug of water and cover it nicely with towels and just let it sit. Maybe sit overnight and then come back. You should have enough brine to go ahead and do it. But I don't like waiting overnight. I'm going to be on to something else the next day. So for me, I'd rather spend 5 minutes massaging it. Sometimes I got to rest a little bit, but I spend about 5 minutes until I get the liquid out, and then I go ahead and bottle it after that. So, but it's whatever works for you. So then you would just take I'm missing a jar, but you would put it 3/4 of the way full, and then you're going to cover it with, once you have the nice liquid, you should squeeze it, and liquid should be coming out. And then you take the jar, pack your sauerkraut. So this time, when you're filling, push it and pack. So that you get it packed super, super, super tight. And then you put your outer leaves on, and sometimes you want to break them across the rib and then put several layers down to have a nice cover. Once you have your cover, and these are great because all that bacteria is there, have that cover, then you just put your spacer and your cup, and you seal the jar like you did before. Okay? And you can add all kinds of stuff. Like traditionally they add caraway seed. If I'm doing that, I'll add shredded apple. I like that. But I don't add the apple till after I've massaged the liquid out because I don't want to totally juice it, the apple. Veggies are good in there. Like you can add carrots and beets and garlic and green onions and things like that are great in your sauerkraut. And kimchi, the way we make kimchi, is different. We make sauerkraut, but we just add the kimchi ingredients, and we love it. Rather than, because traditional kimchi is a brine pickle that's just chopped like this, but kimchi is ginger, green onions, garlic, gochujang peppers. It's an Asian type of a red pepper that's not hot, And I think there's one more ingredient. Oh, daikon radish. Daikon radish. And kimchi is awesome with Asian foods. But I don't think we have the time to finish chopping and massaging all of this. Do you guys understand? If you go to perfectpickler.com and you click under the How-To tab, there's videos on how to make sauerkraut and how to make brine pickles. There's videos right there. And it's using our kit. And so you can see how to do that. And so I do have, and sauerkraut takes longer. This should be done in about 4 days at room temperature. But cabbage or sauerkraut, I would give it 10 days at room temperature. But the longer you let sauerkraut go, the better it gets. And I have a couple kits here. That you guys can have for a $25 donation towards our ministry in Africa. And so those are available if anybody wants those. This is one too. Also, this kit, somebody could purchase this one as well, and then you can take your cauliflower pickles home with you. Our recipe book, this is, we changed the cover, but they're the same recipe book. If you want to look through, there's all kinds of recipes and variations on every single page. If you want to see what all the recipes are, that comes with the kit. And so beyond these, once these are gone, if you guys want to get a kit, just go to perfectpickler.com and bless Zach Bauer. And now his oldest son is learning to run the company. It's awesome. I love seeing it run by a family and seeing the kids learning entrepreneur skills, which would be great. So anyway, I think we can close, I think. Or yeah, I just had that one song. We don't have to do both songs, but did you cue that one or not? I wanted to share with you, I have such a love for Africa, and we didn't have time to show you any of our African pictures or our stories. If you go to our website, you can read all of that. So I wanted to let you do that on your own, and I can only teach this. But Africa is so much in my heart, and I wanted to share these guys with you. These kids over in Nairobi. Nairobi has a slum. It's horrible. It's 1 million people and 7 bathrooms. And we've been there. My husband spoke there. But the people are amazing, and their eyes open so fast to things about Torah there. They just haven't been indoctrinated a lot, and they just love the word. So what I'm doing, and I'll just quickly say real quick, a training center in Liberia, I feel God showed me that, it's kind of a long story, but I have the gift of vision, and I was asking him, what should I do that aligns with what you're doing and where you're at? And I said, what should I keep and not keep? And he told me not to keep Perfect Pickler anymore. So that's why we gave it, had Zach come and get it. And then I said, well, why the training center? You know, these people are literally starving, if I had time to tell you. There's no animals because they eat anything they see, from a snake to a monkey. They have no food. And they just have white rice, like the altered government rice. And so we went there, and so I asked Father, if you're coming back in just a few years, why have you do this training center? They could just keep surviving. Even though it's horrible, they could just keep surviving. And I'm looking at the training center, and he gave me a vision, and my focus went from the training center to a huge horizon. He said, you're not writing that for Liberia. He said, you're writing it for me, for the millennial reign. And I just, oh my gosh. It took me a couple days to digest that. And I'm like, me, really? You know, it took me a long time to figure this out. I hope I don't make mistakes. You know, but we're still going to eat, drink, and poop during the 7th day. It's still the story of man. And we're going to need to know how to grow our own food and all these skills, right? We're going to need them. So I have a big task on my plate. So I want to share this closing song because this gets me so excited, because that's the season we're in. He's coming back soon. He's coming back. It's really soon. And so let's get ready.
The King is coming in glory and in majesty. Every eye will see the King. Oh, in glory and in majesty. Every eye will see the King. The King is coming in glory and in majesty. Every eye will see the King.
trying to set up a just and right system that won't have the enemy's hand in every aspect of it. So let's get ready for it. Thanks for coming today.
Yeah, can we give Wendy an applause? Yes. We're going to find somebody. Somebody up here is going to make some soap out of these, something. So we have some food. Thank you guys for coming. We're going to do this again tomorrow. What's tomorrow? We have
we're
crazy cool greens.
Yeah, well, gardening is the beginning, and I'm trying to touch on some things that as I visit people, I'm not seeing them do. And so there's a few things that I feel like are important to pass on for getting ready in their area. And then when we have a tainted food supply, we need to be focusing on gardening. Yeah. And then green leaf nutrition, and then beans, a superfood that's not talked about.
Beans.
Yeah. And then we're closing with my keynote message on the pathway to becoming a world changer.
Cool.
Yeah.
So make sure you come back. Feel free to invite somebody to come back tomorrow. One thing that I would say, if you look at the world and all of the pressures and all the problems, the obstacles, the challenges, it can be super overwhelming. I think the key is to just start taking one step at a time. Just start moving, start doing something. So this might have been overwhelming today, but maybe start fermenting something. You know, just start. Just try, right?
Pick one thing.
One thing. That's my encouragement to you guys. So let's pray, and then we're going to close, and we'll have some food and fellowship together. Amen? All right. Heavenly Father, thank you so much for just the wisdom and knowledge that you're bringing to us today. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to just press into your creation, just to have a better understanding of your creation, God. You created our bodies to be regenerative, and we want to give it the fuel that it needs. We want to be in a position where we're detoxing from the chemicals, detoxing from the way that the world eats, and welcoming in your way of eating. And so, Father, give us wisdom in that, and help us all to just pursue you in that. Lord, we want to honor you for your provision in all of our lives. We could be anywhere, and yet you've provided for us, Father. There are people across this world that don't have the provision that we have, and so help us to steward that. But we do thank you. We thank you for the food that's been prepared. Thank you for everyone here. God, bless them in their health, and just from the inside out, Father, begin to restore, redeem, and rescue our health, all of us. Let's pray this in Yeshua's name. Everybody said?
Amen.
Amen, amen. All right.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, so we're going to have a couple guys who are going to put out some tables out here, but feel free in the meantime to make your way over here and eat as much food as you